Okay, I'm kissing all of you guys over the internet. Okay, here you go. Mwah. All of you just got kissed. I'm such a thought, dude. I'm such a fucking thought. Here you go. There's some kisses for you guys, okay?
Be gay, do crimes.
Let me be clear. I'm not
Oh fuck, I'm gay as hell. Oh fuck, I'm gay as hell. My point is everyone's gay as fuck. 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 I'm now president gay. I'm now president gay. I'm sorry, lesbians. I'll try. I'm sorry, lesbians. I'm sorry, lesbians. I'll try. I'm sorry, lesbians. I deep throated your fucking dad. I deep throated your fucking dad. I deep throated your fucking dad. Bitch. Suck my cock. I'm now president gay. I'm now president gay. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, almost rainy, very gray, mostly cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the 3rd of June, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a banger track from Lauren the Bisexual. Clocking in at the Socialism Factory. It's Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. It's News Day Tuesday. As you guys know, I have some guests here again. We got some journalists in the room. They're documenting everything that I'm doing, but they will be in the background every now and then, so don't worry about that. Having said that, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Drop some Instagram pics from DreamCon Unk. I didn't take any pics. I did not take any pics at all. Which news outlet? It's a European one. I'm not going to say. All right. You'll find out when it comes out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'm going to do for all the parasocialists out there. I did not take any pics. I did not flick up. I didn't do any fun. I didn't do any of the influencer things that I was supposed to do in DreamCon. Don't remind me, okay? I know. It was messed up. Anyway, personal news-wise, I watched Mountainhead last night. I did it. Okay? I ended the broadcast. Gaming was back. Okay? Gaming was back in a big way. Oh my God. Wait, are these people doing... Are they... Wait. Someone is transvestigating me? Oh my God, this is amazing. Oh my God, they're saying I'm a biological female? Amazing. Okay, we'll cover this in a second. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. How does it feel to be exposed? Yeah, I'm a bio female. It's right. It's true. I'm a trans man. Trans masks rise up. Where was I? What was I saying? Oh yeah. So I what did I do? What did I do last night? Yeah, I watched Mountainhead. It was funny. It was dark. It was annoying. It was scary at times. It pissed me off. I didn't like the ending, and I will tell you all about it in a brief moment. But aside from that, woke up early, played some ball, had randomly the dude from the sexy dude from White Lotus pull up alongside some of my friends, and we balled up. We balled our freaking faces off. It'll be when the media hit comes out. You'll see some of those clips. Which one? The light skinned dude, the sexy. Damn it, I forgot his name now. Jennifer Coolidge, yeah. Yeah, Melinda's son, yeah. Clipped it in 4K today. Really changes how I see you from an Adonis to a queen.
Biofemale.
Yeah, okay, we'll do the bio-female allegations in a second. Calm down. Yeah, Belinda's son. What anime am I watching? I'm not really watching any anime right now. I might start rewatching Jujutsu Kaisen. Hello? What's happening? Please. That's crazy. Get down. That's so early for her. She's been a bad girl. There's a lot of movement around here. No gods, no masters. Cash Nasty want to 1v1 you? I will play Cash Nasty. I will play Cash Nasty. Anyway, yeah, I play basketball. I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to let it rip. I'm gonna blast off. I'm gonna talk about Mountain Head in a second as well. Okay. I've been transvestigated. Colorado attack dominates Western headlines as Israel's starvation of Gaza continues. Your mod is fucking goated for this? What is this?
Called Dream.
My mod? Oh, Peach. You're talking about Peach? Or it is this one journalist that you got to see. Hold on. We'll look at that in a second. Let me blast off. I've been transvestigated. Colorado attack dominates Western headlines. Israel starvation of Gaza continues. No pathway for peace in Ukraine. Who was that? I told you guys that there are journalists in the room with me, and you freak out when you see one immediately afterwards. Big, beautiful Bill drama. Was that your HRT dealer? Yes. Yes. He just had to give me more HRT pronto. Oh, what was I? What else was I gonna say? There's some more. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Oh fuck! Ow, ow, ow! Oh, I'm cramping. Oh fuck! Oh, stomach cramp. Oh, fuck! Oh, what a start! What a start to the day. Oh, unk moment. Unk moment. Unk moment. Oh! Out in front of the journalists. Fuck. Oh. Oh my God. It's still going. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I'm literally dying. Oh. Oh. Is this a hernia? What the fuck is this? Oh. 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 They're taking photos. Oh my God. Holy fuck. Ooh. Holy fuck. I'm glistening. I'm sweating from the pain. Oh my Lord, that was crazy. Oh, I'm still, it's still flexing. Like my one ab, the two abs on the right side are still fucking flexing. That was crazy. Look how much I'm sweating, chat. I wasn't faking it. I'm gonna turn on the... Oh. It's time to fucking quit. It's time to quit the stream. Wait, fuck, it's still spasming. Gaia, place. Why do you get those when you sneeze so much? It doesn't happen all the time. It happens like every now and then. Oh, that's what girls go through weekly. Period cramps hurt so much. I know. I'm fucking bio female. It's true. I don't have any bananas. Fuck, that was terrible. Okay, god damn. All right, let's just blast off and then we'll continue the news coverage. What the hell is going on in my life, dude? What an incredible way to start the day. Holy fuck. Holy moly. We need to put you in a home. Okay, everybody calm down. I played basketball for like 2 hours earlier, okay? Jesus Christ. You know what? A little bit of salt. That should do it. Oh, fuck. Okay, we fixed it. A little bit of table salt. That should do it. That should do it. All right. I've been investigating Colorado attack dominates Western headlines. The Israel starvation of Gaza continues on path for peace in Ukraine. Big, beautiful bill drama. And more. Get in now. This is God punishing me for gaming. Okay, that's what happened. God said, you are fine as long as you never game. The moment you start gaming, you're cooked. I'm gonna talk about Jonathan Joss as well. All right, here, let's blast off first. Table salt? What kind of RFK style cures are you peddling? Table salt is perfectly valid. What are you talking about? Am I wrong? Doesn't salt boost electrolytes? It does, right? Bro science? Yeah. Like, I'm cramping because I don't have... I'm cramping because I clearly... I clearly didn't drink enough water while I was playing basketball, I think. Drink pickle juice. It'll cure it real quick. I don't have Gatorade in the house. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's blast off. All right, come on. Enough. This is my least favorite thing that we do all the time, which is when chat becomes a doctor. Chat starts flexing the medical degrees that they do not have. Okay. Chat MD. I watched Pitt. I'm an expert. Yeah, I watched it too. I wouldn't say I'm an expert. All right, let's talk about Mountainhead. Okay. For those of you who don't know, I watched Mountainhead last night. Here, we'll watch the trailer for it. Okay. And I'll go through it piece by piece. Here it is. It's HBO original made by the creators of Succession. That was what actually pulled me in initially. Jesse Armstrong. Like I like Succession. Mountainhead was nowhere near as good, I would say, as Succession, but it's still pretty good. But it was also very frustrating to watch. There were cringe moments and there were very frustrating moments. I wouldn't put it in the same category as like Succession as far as like realistic. I think part of it is because my dude was afraid of going super hard on the billionaire mega donors. I think that's what it is. Like there were good parts to it. There were funny parts to it, but overall it's kind of mid. Okay? Overall kind of mid. Here, it's let me go through the synopsis real quick. Mountainhead is a 2025 American satirical comedy drama television film written and directed by Jesse Armstrong in his directorial debut, starring Steve Carell, Jason Schwartzman, Corey Michael Smith, and Rami Youssef. Very interesting cast. Okay, very interesting cast. I mean, pretty solid cast, as a matter of fact. You got Jesse Armstrong, you got Steve Carell, you got Jason Schwartzman. I don't really know Corey Michael Smith, but you got Rami Youssef. Great cast overall. The expectation when I dove into it was that it was going to be good, right? That it was going to be at least like, I mean, it was watchable for sure, but I thought it wasn't just going to be watchable. I thought it was going to be actually good. But there was something missing. Is it going to be funny? No, it's funny in the way that Succession is, but also not as funny in the way that Succession is funny. The plot is four wealthy friends who are, three of them are in the billionaire club. One of them is not in the billionaire club. And all four of these characters are basically like a consolidation of like real existing billionaires, for the record. Like they pick and choose from different aspects of like different billionaires. They get together. Four wealthy friends meet for a retreat amidst growing global upheaval caused by AI-generated disinformation produced and disseminated via fictional social media platform Tram. Okay. Among them are Venus Van Parish, owner of Tram, Jeff Aberdazzi, owner of Builter, a fictional company specializing in AI that creates like basically safeguards around AI. Okay. Randall Garrett, an older member and mentor of the group who has recently received an incurable cancer diagnosis, and Hugo Super Van Yalk, who, despite his $521 million net worth, is significantly less wealthy than his multi-billionaire friends. Super brings his three other billionaire friends. This is not a spoiler. Like, I'm not giving you any spoilers. This is just a synopsis. Okay? He brings them together for a weekend retreat. Now, the parts that I want to talk about are the characters and who they resemble, or what character flaws that they have that resemble the obvious character flaws that many of the billionaires that we know and love to hate have. Okay. And I will say here, I'll go off of like the actual people in the, hold on, I'll zoom into this. This guy, played by Steve Carell, is basically like a Peter Thiel type, or a, what's the egghead? The Mark Andreessen, Peter Thiel. It's like a combination of all of those guys. The fact that he has cancer and is like is trying to cure that cancer in the most insane ways, I think resembles Steve Jobs. That's a nod to Steve Jobs because that was what Steve Jobs did as well. For those of you who don't know, he was a bit of an RFK style. Cancer can be treated by being away from technology by the end of his life. This guy, Super, is like a shitty app developer. He's like a hanger-on, maybe like the All-In podcast style deal. His app that he has is like a meditation app that he's trying to sell as a lifestyle app. Okay. And then this is the Elon Musk archetype. He's like basically Elon Musk and Sam Altman, but like very close to Elon Musk. Okay. And this dude doesn't exist in the tech world. He is supposed to be the moral compass. He's supposed to be the everyman, but he doesn't fucking exist in the tech world. So that was something that was frustrating to me. I get that, like, in order to move the plot along, you have to make like a guy be normal and look at the insane things that are popping off. There is no guy like this that's a fucking multi-billionaire. That's not a real guy. It was so unimaginably unrealistic. It pissed me off. Yes, he is the audience surrogate. Okay. And I think he's supposed to be like a Google guy who's now. He's supposed to be 60K viewers is 75 in 1 minute. Holy botters. Am I getting botted again? Oh my God. What the fuck is happening, dude? Now it says 87K. I'm getting botted. This happened yesterday too. I don't know why. It's very annoying. I mean, I'll take it. Thanks, bots. Fucking turning into kick over here. What the hell? I'm failing upwards. So, where was I? What was I talking about? Yeah, so the Mountainhead is in Utah. That's what he calls it, like Fountainhead. And can you make revenue by running ads on bots? No. Once you acknowledge them, they leave. Yeah, I know. I fell off big time. No, come back. I'm sorry. But hold on. Let me shut this off. Sorry to be that guy, but is it stupid to get a bush knife with a weevil sacrifice for you? Oh, Palestine engraved on it in transliterated Arabic for whittling and similar stuff? I don't know, man. Why are you asking me this question? I don't know. All right. Like, what the fuck kind of stupid question is this? Very specific. Okay, so as I was saying, there is no like guy like this who is warning about the dangers of like there is no billionaire guy who is like legitimately invested in like the dangers of AI, but they try to position that by saying like his entire net worth revolves around how dangerous this guy's AI stuff is and how racist this guy's AI stuff is. And because his product is supposed to put like limiters on AI and to show people what is fake and what is real, it's not like a real person, right? But ultimately, there are a lot of parts. There are a lot of parts in the back and forth, I think, that I appreciated. For example. What did I appreciate? They constantly posture with pop philosophy and they're constantly wrong in their assessment. Like they really, like Jesse Armstrong clearly read a shit ton of books that these dipshits have written. Okay. Like they utilize all of the terminology that Silicon Valley tech CEOs utilize. They're major dorks. Like especially Steve Carell's character is like very like Curtis Yarvin core for sure. Obsessed with the infinite life. Thinks that he's going to be able to upload his consciousness into this dipshit's AI. It's basically a story. Like the parts that I really liked about it, and I thought was like really realistic, was how much these billionaires believe their own bullshit. Okay, because I think that in and of itself is very real. That definitely is very real. Like these guys unironically believe their own lies. Okay. They don't think that like this is, when they say like this is changing the world and we're doing altruism, right? By, you know, eliminating any enemies that we have. All of that stuff is very much real. They also like fantasize as the world is collapsing outside of them, around them, as a direct consequence of his like AI that is so hyper realistic that people are basically using it to do sectarian violence and stuff. They're endlessly going back and forth about like which countries that they can just like overtake and things of that nature. I feel like that was a bit of an exaggeration. But ultimately, I think it's a miss. The parts that I liked were, you know, the tech lingo and things of that nature, and the realistic aspects of that, and the fact that like these billionaires believe their dumbass products actually are changing the world, and they legitimately think that they're changing the world for the better, and how much they care about their net worth growing while people are suffering. All that stuff was great, but the stuff that I thought was like really, I mean, the ending was dumb. The big hook was dumb. Yeah. Hold on. Not an exaggeration, really. They're referring to Curtis Yarvin's bullshit that Peter Thiel fully subscribed to. No, I know. But I'm saying like, as a standalone media product, there is not a lot of, there's not like a real fucking story there, is what I mean. And my expectation from Jesse Armstrong is that this was going to be more impactful. Okay? My expectation was that it would be more impactful. There would be more of a point to all of it, when in fact, there was no point to all of it at all. Right? It's satire, but satire is supposed to have satire is very good at making a mockery of real things that are happening. It was a little bit of a disappointment for sure. I don't know why the reviews are all giving it 1 star though, because I don't think it's a 1-star movie. It is definitely a watchable movie. It is definitely a watchable movie. It's not like completely unwatchable. I wouldn't say it's unwatchable. There's like definitely parts. If you are familiar with like Curtis Yarvin, and if you're familiar with like the tech CEOs, like the Peter Thiels of the world and whatnot, like there will be some takeaways for you. That's it. The give soup some country plot thread was eye-rollingly bad. Yeah, I didn't like that at all. I did not like that at all. I hated that. Like their discussions about like overtaking Argentina and other countries, like all that stuff was so stupid. And I hated the ending. I hated the ending. It just made no sense whatsoever. Like I know that these guys are supposed to be sociopaths. Okay? And every single one of them is supposed to be like a shark, but ultimately, like they just do not. They don't even behave like sociopaths in a way that is like decipherable.
Folks, don't mind slumming it. in the humble abode of the poorest billionaire in the gang. But this is exactly why I built Fountainhead.
Look at this place, Soups.
Thank you.
No, I just said look at it. No compliment implied. Simply look at it.
Here we go. All right. 4 presidents of tech. Get your net worth on 59. 63 bill. Feels good. 220 bill.
Guys, is this on every channel?
There have been a number of occurrences since your launch.
UN officials are now openly attributing the recent uptick in ethnic tension to powerful new generative AI tools unveiled last week on Tram.
I just want to say this is not on you, Venice.
Obviously, it's not on me. Why would you even say that?
Also, this dude is too hot to be playing Elon Musk, okay? Elon Musk is a creature, okay? He is what is known as, in the old world, a grotesque, okay? So the fact that he is like actually a hot guy who's kind of shredded pissed me off. I know that he's like a Zuck and Elon Musk archetype. He looks more like the guy that owns Telegram than either of those dudes.
Your platform is inflamed, a volatile situation,
Weapon stockpiling, some bank runs.
violence, chaos, and people are dying.
Not real. Heads don't explode like that.
Heads don't explode like that?
No.
How do heads explode?
We are the smartest men in America. We literally have the resources to take over the world.
This ugly death trap house might have just become humanity's global HQ.
Boom.
The president wants to speak to us. Guys, we could actually do this.
I can handle Argentina and Paraguay.
We could probably buy Haiti or Belgium, those chocolatey assholes.
Yeah, it's cringe.
This does not look like somebody who should have the keys to America.
The world wants your algorithm to stop being racist and shitty. Are you trying to hurt me?
Things can't get any worse.
This is a terrifying experience, and I don't know that I'll ever recover.
Anyway, I mean, I can see the point of it not having a point, a whole bunch of performance for nothing. Dude, holy shit, I think I worked electrical in that house that they're in. It's a $20 million mansion in Park City. Working at that house literally radicalized me with realizing there's a ridiculous wealth inequality in the U.S. It's a fucking nice-ass house, bro. It is. This movie looks like shit, to be honest. I did like the U.S. coup angle, but then he dropped it. No, it wasn't that good. It wasn't good at all. There were so many things that were so like patently unrealistic and so spectacular that it just like made no sense. Okay. And before he's like, it's satire. It's like, yeah, but it's supposed to be realistic. It's supposed to be like realistically and accurately making fun, making satire out of like the way that billionaires operate. And it wasn't just like a cartoonish depiction of billionaires. I feel like it didn't go hard enough on their sociopathic nature. And they also simultaneously did not. There was just nothing going on. There was nothing going on beyond just like billionaires being fucking insane. Anyway, all right. Let's watch this. My most based mod.
So this is an app called Dreams.
Bro, I'm too drunk for this. What's going on?
It's breaking down your milestones, and so you can hold a pufferfish. And they found 7 people that can help you.
Oh, this is AI.
This is AI, and there's 7 people that can help you.
That's really dog shit. I hate AI.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
My queen. God damn. Straight to her face. He said, nah, fuck AI. No AI at Pride. Nice. My most based mod. All right. Speaking of which, I've been outed. Folks, I've been transvestigated. Hasan Piker, I see you're an imposter. Just one more thing. You're Columboed. Repent of your sins. Okay? That's it. That's There it is. It's over. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. It's over. This entire time I was trying. This entire time I was trying to hide it. I guess I'm a bio female. Why am I a bio female? Because this is what a male skull looks like. And this is what a female skull looks like. Which clearly, as you can see, superimposed over my face does not resemble a male skull, but a female skull. Clearly. I don't know. This is exactly what my skull looks like under my fake jaw implants that make it actually look more like a male skull. Clearly it lines up when you just kind of squint at it. But it doesn't end there. Skull and gait checker. Female gait, shoulder to hip twist, arm swing, legs crossed, legs diamond, walking as broken leg, 1 foot in front of the other, tightrope walking, knees and feet, one facing 4 o'clock, the other at 8 o'clock. This right here showcases the female gait. Okay? That's right. One way to prove that you're a bio male is show cock on stream. I can't, because medical tech has improved so much that if I showed you my meat, that wouldn't even prove it. As a matter of fact, there's no way to prove it, because like, what if I have a doctor? What if I have a meat that the doctor made for me? And that's why it's so nice. I always love this kind of stuff. I assume this is satire, by the way. There's no shot that this person is like unironically claiming this. I suspect that this account is satire and not like being sincere. Here is the person making the similar assessment of Khabib Nurmagomedov. Okay. Either this is the most mentally ill person on the planet, or they're just trying to be funny. But I do find it very funny when these guys will say something like, I am a biological female. May Musk, bio male. Remove this post. No, they're very fucked in the head. See, the thing I will never understand, I mean, I love transvestigators, as I've talked about quite a bit. Transvestigation is the final stage of the mental illness that is transphobia. The more you lean into the mental illness that is transphobia, the more unrestricted said mental illness is. This is basically when you're maximum transphobic, like completely mentally ill. And the reason why you get this way is because this is basically a recognition that gender is a performance. Okay? It's ironic that the more honest you become, the more you lean into the mental illness, the more you are cognizant of the reality that gender is a fucking performance. Because you think everyone and anyone can be trans, because yeah, that's the truth. Do you not understand? These guys think every fucking woman is actually secretly a man, and every man is actually secretly a woman. Do you not understand? It basically proves the point that people who talk about gender as a social construct, as a social performance, a social phenomena, are making when they subscribe to that same notion, but from the opposite ends. It's basically a full circle moment. The more you lean into transphobia, the more you start panicking that anyone and everyone could be trans. If anyone and everyone could be trans, then gender has to be a performance. That's it. That's why the we can always tell crowd is oftentimes wrong. Which brings me back to my original point, which is just let people fucking be whatever they want to be. Who gives a shit? My favorite is when they reverse transvestigate people who are already very much out as trans, like Hunter Schafer or Laverne Cox are, oh yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, that's the other part of it. Where they'll say like, Hunter Schafer is actually a biological woman who is lying about being a trans woman. Like when they're so transphobic that they're like, no, like this doesn't make any sense. Actually, she is secretly a biological woman. Like when they double transvestigate people. If May Musk is bio-male, then Elon Musk was conceived by Mpreg. Think about it. Yeah. In any case, the you can always tell crowd demonstrably can't always tell. Okay? They can't. But of course, wanted to start off the conversation on Pride Month with a little bit of fun. A little bit of a transphobia panic narrative here. Just to get it started on the right foot. Obviously, there's not a lot of consumer flack that you will see this Pride Month because under the Trump regime, corporations have completely dropped the notion that they give a single fuck about gay people or trans people, even aesthetically. So there's not much the right-wingers can get mad about on their daily treat ride to Target. I also have not changed my profile pic to a gay one because I myself am a corporation. And the only reason why I would change my PFP to a gay one during the month of Pride was because I was getting my notes from corporations. And since corporations no longer do it, I'm not doing it either. Finally. Yeah, Hoscore. No longer lying about caring about the gays. That is where we're at. Finally, HasanAbi Productions ends DEI. Yeah, no more DEI. DEI or die, as I always say. This is the biggest proof you're a man because how did you make Cutie this mad? Oh, this was a fun one. I lobbed this her way on purpose to piss her off, and it worked in spectacular fashion. I'm such a piece of shit. Wait, you got invited to YouTube prom or Ludwig got invited to YouTube prom?
Oh, the comment section is gonna look spicy this week.
You know what? You don't have to listen to him or tolerate him.
Who got invited to YouTube prom?
I did, you mother... I did! Ludwig is my date! Ludwig wasn't invited to YouTube prom because him, just like you guys, turned down all these invitations. You always get to cool things, and so you don't get invited again. You only get a few chances in life, okay? It's not a Nintendo game. You can't just restart it, you... That's why you say yes to things and you appreciate your invites.
Yes.
See you behind the paywall.
Cutie in the big bush hat makes it even funnier. Yeah. I wanted to lean into the men. Also, I really enjoyed Night Rain, for the record. That was a lot of fun. I did see the Irishman beat an IDF soldier in MMA and fucking scream "Free Palestine" in his ears. He was bludgeoning his face in. When will the anti-Semitism stop? When will the anti-Semitism stop? I mean, seriously, this is maximum anti-Semitism. Unacceptable. Pitting an Irish person against the Israeli fighter, maximum anti-Semitism. Well, it's almost the maximum anti-Semitism would be putting a Palestinian fighter against a Israeli fighter. This is like one step removed from this. You know what I mean? By the way, this dude straight up was, I think he was straight up in Gaza, if I'm not mistaken. Like like when he's beating the fuck out of this Israeli fighter, he's not like when he calls him a kid killer. That's not like an unwarranted take. Okay. He was a straight up IDF soldier who was in Gaza. Okay.
Addressing his fans at K-side.
You can almost see for a brief moment the Israeli fighter turn around and go, "No politic here. Oh, you don't like Israel? Why don't you like Israel? Oh, Israel no good. Do you love Israel?" But he can't because he's getting fucking choke slammed. Okay? In his mind, he's thinking, no politic here. No politic here. Israel, number one. But it's just only blood is coming out of his mouth. Okay? To be fair, you know, on even ground, on equal footing, perhaps he doesn't have air support. This is not the best style of fighting for the Israeli diaper force. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, here he is, by the way. There it is. Yo, this is Meshuki Faraj, the Israeli soldier, the Irish MMA fighter Paddy McCory, humiliated last night. He's a baby killer. Don't fall for it. It's a hate crime. Is not. To celebrate my 25th birthday tomorrow in a place like this, I didn't think I'd get it. Fire. Yeah. Oh, he's not Meshuki. He's just Shuki Faraj. My bad. Yeah, no Iron Dome in the octagon. No baby. You know what I mean? When you're an Israeli fighter and you were in the IDF, you just, to be fair, trained on murdering children from a distance with air support. So very difficult for you to stand on equal footing.
Big elbows from McCrory.
Hate to be woke today, but can you please stop saying bio-female male, though? Use AMAB and AFAB. Even biologically trans women are more female after HRT than they're male. Okay, we're not using those terms in sincerity, chatter. Like, we were making fun of transvestigators. Have you ever heard me say bio-female or bio-male in a real setting and not a satirical one when I'm making fun of the stupidity of transphobic people? Like the mental illness of transphobia. What the fuck? Bio-German, though. Anyway. Imagine training your whole life to be the most moral and efficient baby killer, and they force you to fight a grown man in a ring on live TV. Shaking my head. This is incredible anti-Semitism, and the fact that they allow this to happen is unacceptable. They should make him fight a child next. Fight a child that has also already been starved for months, so that it's the only conditions that resemble his training. You know what I mean? Fight a child that has been starved for months, that is basically living in a bombed out tent. Only then can he actually get a couple licks in.
And it's over.
I mean, very satisfying stuff. Very, very satisfying stuff. Here it is, Irish fighter. He also, I think he whipped out the Palestinian flag too, right? Yep, there it is. Irish fighter Paddy McCory defeated Israeli Shuki Faraj, raised the Palestinian flag, and repeatedly shouted "Free Palestine" inside the cage while beating Shuki, who was a soldier in the IDF. Another thing that I have to point is that he wasn't wearing his diaper. He wasn't wearing his diaper. Shuki was not wearing his diaper. And you're laughing, but without his diaper, he is nothing. You know what I mean? Dana White will bar him from the UFC? No. Dana White does not care. UFC is probably one of the only sports where it is maximum. Like, dude, Dana White will have a straight up neo-Nazi. Are you kidding me? Dana White does not give a fuck. Dana White literally allows straight up out and about neo-Nazis to fucking fight in the octagon. Okay? He does not care at all. And it's crazy because the UFC is literally owned partially, if I'm not mistaken, by Ari Gold. Okay? He will every now and then tell people to dial it back, but that's it. There are so many openly pro-Palestine fighters. First of all, the entire Dagestani crew is Muslim. Speaking of which, we are going to talk about Khabib refusing to shake hands with a woman. I know that was like a big deal. If anything, we would love to have people society would normally reject simply because people will pay to see them get beat up. I have a controversial opinion on this, and I think a lot of people are going to get mad at me for saying this. Abu Ubaidah. The Israeli army perhaps is the only army in the world that wears nappies, diapers, specifically Pampers. It's true. Bros covering UCL interview, then UCL what? Belal Muhammad is a champion in Palestinian, openly pro-Palestine, obviously. Yeah. Dana White had a neo-Nazi on and said he was stupid. He had a Palestinian champion who always plays very Palestinian music in his walkouts. Plus, he always goes out with a Palestinian flag, and he had a Palestinian flag on the website. Yeah. Oh, I said Ari Gold. It's Ari Emanuel. God damn it. Fuck. Ari Gold is the fictional version of a real person, Ari Emanuel, who also happens to be the owner of the agency that I'm represented by, WME. Ari Gold is Entourage, but it is a real person. Ari Emanuel is a real fucking person. Brother of Rahm Emanuel, for those of you who don't know. Played by Jeremy Piven in my favorite TV show, Entourage. But Ari Gold is a real person in the real world. He's just a fictional version of the real person that is Ari Emanuel. I'm having Feroz on Thursday, by the way, not today. So lots of anti-Semitism happening here and all around. Really fucked up, really messed up. How did they let this happen? You know, I hate to see it. Except, just kidding. You love to see it. These are moments of these are unique moments of opportunity where you can just like look at this and be like, okay, there's a little bit of justice here. Okay, there's a little bit of justice, a little bit of street justice. You know, that's fine. This is like perhaps the most ethical version of the events that unfold usually. So, you know, great, love to see it. A little bit of catharsis for everyone to enjoy. So, speaking of Khabib Nurmagomedov, does anyone have the clip? Because iShowSpeed was at the game alongside Thierry Henry and Khabib Nurmagomedov, and he refused to shake hands with a female sportscaster in an awkward moment.
Last night, President Trump held
and everyone is, everyone has takes on it. Okay. Here is wait, is this the speed version? This is really funny. His reaction is so stupid.
What's up, man? How you doing? We got the beat. How are you, sir? You beat me in a fight.
Anyway, yeah, so he refuses to shake hands with the female sportscaster. And the reason why he does that is because he is a devout Muslim. Some of you might not have noticed this when I go to the pro-Palestinian rallies, right? Where sometimes some of the women at the pro-Palestinian rallies that are wearing a hijab will want to take photos with me, but when they take photos with me, they don't want to have physical contact. Okay? And while I personally don't have an issue with this at all, and I think it's, a little silly, okay? It's still something that you should respect. Okay? It's good to be considerate. I think that's, I don't know if he's like disrespectful to her in general, but the idea that, by the way, this is like not what do you call it? This is not like across the board for all Muslims. Okay, this is not like a thing that all Muslims believe, for the record. In that case, though, they were not trying to initiate contact with you here. She was just trying to do a greeting that everybody else was engaging in. No, I know. I understand that. This is not like a real thing, or this is not like a cultural practice or a religious practice across the board. Not to be a Reddit atheist, it comes across as extremely sexist. Like, how devout is this guy? Is he a virgin? Has he ever had alcohol before? No, yes. No, these motherfuckers are. No, they are. No, they are not. That's not. They are devout. They are like, this would be akin to like a Orthodox Jewish person who is practicing across the board, like, and doesn't touch electronics on Saturday type shit. He's Dagestani and therefore kind of bigoted meathead. Remember when they look for Jewish people in the airport? I mean, yeah, there's that aspect of it for sure, but like, they are very, very devout for sure. This shit dumb because Ninja refused to even play games with women and he just does that for the love of the game. Nobody cares about that. Yeah, I respect Ninja for that. Yeah, Haredi Jews do the same. I don't fucking agree with it. I think I don't agree with the practice in and of itself, but it's not like he's saying like, why aren't you wearing a fucking hijab in my presence? He's just saying like, out of respect for my cultural and religious practice, I don't initiate physical contact with women that isn't my wife. And I feel like if he was, I don't know, I feel like if he was a different religion and following a different religious practice, people would probably be a little bit more understanding of it. And I don't even think he was like trying to be rude.
Oh. How are you guys? You okay? Legends here.
How you doing? We got the beat.
How are you, sir?
Nice to meet you. Welcome to the show.
Like he acknowledges, he says, "Oh, well, hi," like instead of.
Apologize. Thank you so much.
Look at Speed's face. Look at Speed's face when he doesn't fucking shake her hand.
Welcome to the show. Apologize. Thank you so much. Habib, the UFC fighter, it is a pleasure to have you. We didn't know you were here.
This guy, me,
Yeah, I
you.
was.
You're a big PSG fan.
Yes.
Always have been? Lifelong?
Honestly, since when I was a kid, I was Real Madrid fan.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not like he's like ignoring her. He's like talking. That specific aspect of the religious practice is silly. He was polite about it though. It's just a silly thing. Exactly. He's not like ignoring her. He's not saying like, no, I'm not going to talk to you or anything like that. He's basically saying like, oh, I don't establish physical contact with women that isn't my wife. That's it. Okay. I think people are making Republicans and conservatives are making a bigger deal out of it because it's Khabib doing it and because it's a Muslim man doing it. That's the other thing. Yeah. But if you are wondering, is he a real devout guy or is he just like simply misogynistic? No, he's a real fucking devout dude. 100%. That's not like... that's not even remotely a joke. Now, having said that, it's not like this degree of enforcement. This degree of enforcement is certainly regional or certainly up to the individual. Overall, the reason why I brought this up and the reason why I'm talking about like how how bigger of a deal people are making about it is because I just don't like. It can be treated as a unique trait, a unique cultural norm, but because it's Khabib, because he's Muslim, because it's Khabib, people obviously are going to make a bigger deal out of it. And before people say, wouldn't you make fun of Mike Pence for the same things? Yes, I would. 100%. And I do. 100%. Do you want to know why? Because he didn't grow up in a fucking mountain, okay? Slapping rocks for the majority of his goddamn life. Michael Pence is a born-again Christian that grew up in fucking Idaho, okay? Don't you think that there's a little bit of a difference there in terms of like what kind of religious practice that he is choosing to apply? You're talking about a dude who's like wrestled bears in his most fucking formative years. And it's not like it's not like this is the only part of the religious practice that he keeps up with and everything else he just like goes crazy over. Like he's not like drinking alcohol or eating pork or fucking gambling. Like these are all of the other things that he also doesn't follow through on. Yeah. Also, not exactly the best takes across the board for a guy who, spent most of his fucking adult life getting his head slammed. Like you're making a comparison. You're like set your expectations set your expectations and standards to whoever you are actually watching. Do you see what I mean? Like whenever people come in here and they show me like another fighter that is like super pro-Trump, I'm like, yeah, dude, their fucking job is to get bludgeoned in the face. No wonder after a long career, they end up believing right-wing shit. Look at John Fetterman, okay? One stroke, and as a goddamn senator, look at where John Fetterman is. Do you understand? Like, yeah, I think I have a lot more leeway when it comes to people who are professionally getting their head brutalized. Khabib didn't get hit. He was the one dealing CTE. I mean, I'm sure throughout his training, he has had his head slammed. Like, what are you talking about? Or at least choked out in a way where it cut off air circulation. Do you see what I'm saying? Nobirbek Yakuboev, an Uzbek grandmaster, refused to shake hands with Vaishali Ramesh Babu, an Indian grandmaster, before their game. Yakuboev later explained that his decision was based on his religious beliefs, specifically that he does not touch women outside his family. But, of course, one of my favorite things that I see quite frequently is conservatives hating the conservatism of other countries, okay? Because you got Fox News up in here. And there's a different reason for why they're doing this, of course. It's because Khabib is also super pro-Palestine, as many of these Muslim fighters are, talking about how insanely disrespectful it is. Bro, you're Fox News. What do you mean? You celebrate when Mike Pence does it, but then when it's like some random fucking dude that grew up on a goddamn mountain, you're like, oh, how dare he? Like, what do you mean? You hate the conservatism of other fucking countries, and you act like their conservatism is barbaric. Meanwhile, you're trying to do this in this country. I don't think they defend Mike Pence anymore. Okay, I'm just saying, like, well, they defend Michael Penis, okay, Mike Johnson, and his ridiculous, like, porn app shit that he uses. Baba, ihtiyacımız var mı bir şeye? Okay. 2. Eyvallah. Yok. There's also a star-studded award-winning movie about how Fox News is a cesspit of sexual harassment. Yeah, exactly. Remember, it's not just the guys. Some Muslim girls don't want to shake hands with straight guys. It's a normal thing. Yeah, no, that's why I started off the conversation by talking about, like, how you might have noticed that when I go to, like, some of the pro-Palestinian rallies, there are some organizers who are wearing hijabs. And some of the hijabi organizers don't mind taking photos and establishing physical contact with me, but others don't. And I respect that. I don't just go, oh, no, I'm going to fucking hug you now. I'm going to dap you up. I will always go for a handshake. And sometimes they will say, oh, no, not for me. And I respect it because I respect people's fucking boundaries. I don't turn it into like I respect people's personal boundaries in the same exact way that I would respect someone who is saying like they have a sensory issue. You know what I mean? If they have some other reason as to why they don't want to do it, you know? That's it. That's just the way I operate. And I think that's the way that you guys should operate as well. It's just like, don't be weird. Anyway. Nah, bro, that's not right. You would like to have respect then? What? Hasan headshots? I think my attitude or my acceptance of like whatever religious practice that you want to abide by begins and ends at the moment of legislation. Okay? That is my red line. Like if someone wants to not establish physical contact with members of the opposite sex or whatever, fine. I think it's strange, but do you. But the moment that you're like, this is supposed to be the law, that's when I'm like, nope, fuck no. Okay? Abso-fucking-lutely not. That, I think, is unacceptable. Giving people the freedom to choose is the correct thing to do. Just started watching the streamers and somehow stumbled among Asmongold streams. And to be honest, the last 2 days have been nothing but underlying ignorance and hate towards Muslims. On top of that, there were 50K people watching and agreeing to him. As a Palestinian, it was very surprising and concerning how ignorant most people are. Welcome to the United States of America. Sorry, this is how it is. Forced handshakes for Muslims is common Islamophobic practice in Europe. What? German citizenship denied for a refusal to shake woman's hand. The man aced the German naturalization test, but refused to shake hands with a female official, handing over his citizenship. Despite claims he will not shake hands with men either, his citizenship has been rejected. Nice. Someone is saying this is how it is in Denmark too. What? Where is the line? Some religions say homosexuality should be punished with death. Should we just respect their religious beliefs? At what point did I say? At what point did I say that? I said the exact opposite of this question that you're launching. I said the moment, not even death, the moment where you're like, oh, we should enforce this no contact rule by law. Okay, not even death for homosexuality, but enforce the no contact rule by fucking law is the moment where I'm like, fuck no. What the hell, chatter? If someone was like, oh, but well, in my family, we kill gay people, that would also still be unacceptable. Okay? That's still a hate crime and murder. What the fuck are you talking about? By law means in government, that's a ridiculous standard that ignores all interpersonal religious harm. No, you do not understand what I'm stating here at all. And I think it is by design because you're being a Reddit atheist. Okay? Obviously, there are still harmful practices interpersonally that I still find to be unacceptable. What the fuck are you talking about? Someone not fucking shaking hands, like a woman. Okay, let's think about a Muslim woman who doesn't want to shake hands with any men that is not in their family. Okay, not in their family, not an immediate family member. Like what's the take? That you're like, no, I can fucking hug and kiss them if I want to? Like, what the fuck are you saying? How is that a comparison to anything else? Knight Templar. As long as it doesn't, as I said, as long as it doesn't actually override other people's bodily autonomy and other people's personal boundaries, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. Also ironic that you're talking about Islam, right? Like you're making this criticism against Islam when your name is Knight Templar. What the fuck? Classic case of conservatives who hate the conservatism of other conservatives when they're fucking brown. This guy's like Deus Vult memeing in the chat while also going, yeah, we want Christian Sharia. We don't want fucking that barbaric Muslim Sharia. Excuse me. Hello? It almost comes across as though they're like jealous. Like it feels like a lot of Christian right-wingers are just like jealous of the shine that Islam has. You know what I mean? Where they're like, how come they get to do it, but we can't do it because of lewokism, Islamagoshism. Like another example of this is like if people don't want to fucking consume alcohol, yeah, great, don't do it. You know, I'm not gonna shove alcohol down your throat, right? But I don't think alcohol should be illegal. You know what I mean? Islamagoshism. It's all fundamentalism, be for real, right? But that doesn't mean the whole religion is harmful. Use nuance and be normal. Facts, literally. Yeah, I mean, I think fundamentalism is completely unacceptable. But even beyond the way that people choose to abide by their own religious practices, the moment that it actually touches on another person's personal liberty is the moment where I'm out. That's my point. I hope people understand what I mean by this. Okay? Yeah. Don't you think denying yourself of something based on religion breeds resentment? What do you mean? You have been exposed by Liv Agar? Oh no. It's over for me. It's over. Please, Charlie Kirk has more in common with the cartoonish version of Islam he's invented in his mind than with contemporary Western philosophy and rights theory, which he hates. Exactly. When Charlie, by the way, everyone is hitting the fucking Islamophobia takes. Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. Like, one of the greatest examples of our modern understanding, or the cartoonish and racist understanding of Islam in the Western world, one of the greatest examples of how silly that is, and how much of that is actually motivated by the material conditions in which, like, at least the Muslim countries that we think of as the entirety of the Islamic world, specifically regions that have been dominated by Western imperialism, the greatest antidote to that kind of thought is looking at Muslims living in the fucking Western world, with some notable exceptions, of course, of like some of the weirdos in England. But ultimately, American Muslims, and I've shown this before many times, and it breaks people's brains. Like, there are plenty of Pew Center studies that actually look at different demographics, different religious demographics, and their attitude on progressive issues. And one of my favorite brain-breaking studies that immediately destroys this argument is the attitudes that American Muslims have towards gay people. Did you know that American Muslims, by and large, have a much more tolerant approach to homosexuality than the white evangelical Protestant base does? Also, on top of that, who do you think is a more domineering force in American politics? Who has more outsized influence? American Muslims or the white evangelical Protestant base? Much to consider. So when Charlie Kirk talks about Islam not being compatible with the West, it's quite interesting, because he derives a lot of his base of support from the white evangelical Protestants, who are more bigoted than the American Muslims are. Yeah, there's also this part of it as well. Western civilization being built on top of a mountain of skulls. Reddit atheists love to talk about fundamentalism like it's an exclusively religious thing, and then have almost the exact same incel-like beliefs about women, but in an atheist way. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. How Muslim Americans compare with other religious Americans, the intensity of religious identity, not unlike evangelicals. This is from 2007. There are, what do you call it? There have been numerous studies conducted since then, so I don't know what this study looks like. U.S. Muslims more accepting of homosexuality than white evangelicals. A recent survey by the Pew Research Center found a notable shift in the views of American Muslims when it comes to homosexuality. Like, think about it this way. think about it this way, okay? Who is one of the wokest congresspersons that you know? Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar is Somali, ethnically. She is Muslim. She is a black woman who wears a hijab. She is also pro-trans. She's pro-gay. She's pro-trans. She is constantly yelled at for those positions. Compare the likes of Ilhan Omar, who is Muslim, to someone like fucking Ted Cruz, who is Christian. Who do you think is more progressive? You're right about America, but isn't whole true in Europe? No. Even in Europe, there are numerous reasons for why this integration does not take place. Or rather, people find themselves resentful of... Wait, hold on. What is this? Hold on, I'm getting some reporting. Just finished watching the latest Piers Morgan episode, and I think Piers is Hamas now, lol. Yeah, I doubt it. No religion is a monolith, okay? Christians are not a monolith either, which is why I specifically singled out white evangelical Protestants, partially because they are a very important base for the Republican Party with an outsized influence, okay? And partially, even then, there's obviously disagreements there as well. But the reason why it would be similar to comparing like a Salafist sect of Islam, okay? A Salafist sect of Islam that is bred in some part of the European continent is not going to have any fucking motion within the legislative body whatsoever. I don't agree with it, and I think it's ridiculous fundamentalism. But you still have to recognize how much people like this get played in the media, and how much there's a hyper focus on people like this in the media, as opposed to just a bunch of secular people of the Muslim faith, like people who don't really care about abiding by the religious practice, or at least like trying to enforce their beliefs on others. A lot of Muslims in Europe vote for the left, not necessarily because of cultural progressivism, but because the left is only the only people who defend them. Take Mélenchon in France. LFI gets crazy margins from French Muslims. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And for the record, there are additional factors in terms of Islamophobia in Europe that are born out of how much Muslims are considered the ultimate enemy of Europe in the aftermath of the destabilization of the war on terror, the quote-unquote war on terror that has caused a lot of migration to take place into Europe, refugees to come into Europe, and European leaders that are right-wing using that as the reason as to why Europe is falling, rather than talking about the austerity measures that they're actually implementing that is lowering the quality of life in a lot of these European countries. Okay? It's the same principle behind how in the United States of America we talk about undocumented migrants. That is a much larger factor in American existence as opposed to migration patterns from the Middle East. Wait, they talking about Muslims while they make up less than 5% of most European countries is insane? Exactly. Did you see Alice's new video on Mélenchon? You got a shout out. Mélenchon's war against the French establishment. Ooh, that's cool. I could watch that potentially. Dutch government collapses. Wilders' far-right party leaves the coalition. Speaking of Islamophobes, like, who do you think is more impactful? Who do you think is more impactful in your lives if you're like in the Netherlands, okay? This fucking Islamophobic douchebag or a bunch of Muslim immigrants that live as your neighbors? All of this is a simple distraction. In France, Muslims join with defenders of minorities because they are one. Are they in a Muslim country? What? Yeah. Once again, something that I always point to is to identify conservatism within Muslim countries and talk about it as conservatism rather than applying a broad brush of Islam being the primary factor. This is part of the reason why I will always repeat that I am a Muslim. I come from a Muslim family. I come from a Muslim country. Okay? Because there are, just like with Christianity in the United States of America, there are a million different ways in which people can be culturally or practicing religious Muslims. That's it. It's to show you that it goes far beyond the established Islamophobic narratives in the West. Narratives that are oftentimes weaponized by those who personally, unironically believe the cartoonish depiction of Islam, but in a Christian version of that. Okay? Anyway. Nephew was going crazy at Head in the Clouds.
Gotta be a Jason! I just did a song with Jackson and Wayne. Put your hands up. Wayne, jump. All right, let's go.
That's your nephew, Lil Pup? No, he's too big for me now, dude. It's over now. We can't link up with nephew any longer. He's
10 million.
He's too famous now. He's too famous. He's too mainstream. Nephew forgot. American mainstream white culture and Christians try to put Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, etc. into Christian-shaped box of religion. It's more than that. It's the things you do. It's identity, but it's also the customs that remind you of home and family. Not everything is just belief in God. It's also ethno-religious culture. Yeah. All right. Let's get to suspect in Boulder attack had no regrets, said he would do it again. Officials say. We'll talk about that, obviously, and more. They're going to definitely deport this guy. I think they're probably going to deport his family as well, it seems. Family of Colorado anti-Semitic attack suspect is taken into ICE custody. Family of the Egyptian national charged with attempted murder after an anti-Semitic Molotov cocktail attack in Boulder, Colorado has been taken into ICE custody. The suspect, this is the most Israel shit, by the way. Like going after the family members of a suspected attacker is exactly like what's next? Are they going to bulldoze the house too? Like that's what they do in the West Bank. They'll be like, oh, you're a terrorist. So now we're going to fucking detain your whole family and bulldoze your house. Another day as we breach closer to Israel-style administration. Suspected attacker Mohammed Solomon has a wife and 5 children, according to court filings. The U.S. immigration status of those 6 family members who are currently being held in Florence, Colorado is unclear. FBI identified Solomon as a lone suspect in the attack in which he is accused of using a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktail to set people on fire in an event in Boulder held in support of hostages in Gaza. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed that Tuesday the Solomon's family has been taken into ICE custody, adding that federal officials are investigating whether they knew about or provided support for the attack on Sunday. That's insane. Today, the Department of Homeland Security and ICE are taking the family of suspected Boulder, Colorado terrorist and illegal alien Mohammed Solomon into ICE custody. She added, we're also investigating to what extent his family knew about this horrific attack and if they had any knowledge of it or if they provided support for it. These guys literally used to talk about how in North Korea, they jail your entire family. Okay? They jail your entire family. They jail your whole lineage. And now we're doing it. Insane. Solomon, who now faces federal hate crime and multiple state felony charges, appeared in state court Monday and is expected to appear in federal court on Friday. CNN has reached out to his attorney for comment. Imagine if we did this with school shooters. Yeah, that would be fucking heinous. Unless it's their parents and they did literally buy them the gun. Okay? But that is within the legal confines of moral culpability for the legal guardians of a person who is a minor, okay? As opposed to an adult and blaming the children of an adult for doing a crime.
$1 million. That's the bond amount for the man accused of carrying out a hate crime attack on peaceful marchers in Boulder, Colorado. He remains behind bars this morning. Our Naomi Ruckham joins us here in Studio 57 with more on this case. Good morning, Naomi.
Errol, good morning. Mohammed Solomon had been planning this attack for quite some time, but it wasn't until he carried it out this weekend he had been driving for Uber. He'd passed recent background checks, too, despite living in the U.S. illegally after overstaying his visa. But he was also spending his time researching how to make Molotov cocktails on YouTube. A memorial of flowers and flags is growing at the scene of Sunday's horrific fire attack in Boulder.
I feel like it's important to make it beautiful with flowers and show that life will continue even though violence has happened here.
Police say at least a dozen people were injured, some with severe burns, when the suspect, identified as 45-year-old Egyptian national Mohammed Solomon, threw Molotov cocktails at demonstrators marching peacefully in support of the October 7th Israeli hostages. Witnesses say he yelled "Free Palestine" during the attack.
Do you understand it?
Yes. Yesterday evening, the suspect made his first appearance in court. He is facing multiple felony charges and a federal hate crimes charge.
When he was interviewed about the attack, he said he wanted them all to die. He had no regrets, and he would go back and do it again.
According to court documents, the suspect told investigators that he had been planning the attack for a year, and that he used Molotov cocktails because he was denied the purchase of a gun because he was not a legal citizen.
The Jewish community is beyond upset.
Councilwoman Tara Weiner knows 4 of the victims, including an 88-year-old Holocaust refugee.
I talked to some of them who could answer the phone. They'll be okay physically.
As the city now works to unite after an attack that shook the Jewish community. Police say 16 unused Molotov cocktails were found near the scene after the attack. Solomon is due back in court on Thursday. He has not yet entered a plea. According to court documents, Solomon has been living in Colorado Springs with his wife and 5 children. And though he'd been planning the attack for a year, he was waiting until after his daughter graduated to carry it out. Mohammed Solomon now faces life in prison. Errol?
Stunning developments there, Naomi. Thank you. CBS News Justice Department reporter Jake Rosen can explain some of the charges in this case. Good morning, Jake. So there's a lot of new information we just learned there, but the suspect's immigration status, how might that impact the charges?
Well, Errol, we've seen in some of these high-profile cases that the Trump administration has decided to, instead of actually charging and going through the prosecution process for people who it alleges of dangerous criminal acts, they've attempted to deport them. Although, obviously, however, in this case, it looks like, at least in Colorado specifically, and because of that federal hate crime tacked on top of it, he'll likely still be charged and prosecuted here in the United States. Although the Trump administration...
By the way, yeah, brief note, but he tried to get a gun, but he couldn't. Something to take note of, considering that if he was able to get a gun, there would have been most likely a far larger number of victims and some who actually died as well. Okay? So yet another glaringly obvious example of gun control. Oh. Gun control saving lives.
And people in the White House like Stephen Miller, Caroline Leavitt, and President Trump have all made clear that they take issue with the fact that this man had allegedly overstayed his visa, and that at least that's not an uncommon process, right? There are about 1% to 2% of people who are on the type of visa that this man was on do overstay, but obviously it proves their point that there were dangerous criminals all across the country who are not technically supposed to be here.
There was allegedly some real premeditation ahead of this, many unused Molotov cocktails allegedly, and you have the suspect's apparent lack of remorse. How might...
Drone over the Madeleine right now. There's a drone over the Gaza flotilla. The flotilla headed over to Gaza. Jesus Christ.
A judge interpret all that?
Well, certainly more to come, and we haven't even seen the official charges filed in Colorado because they added 4 additional victims during that press conference and as investigation kind of wrapped up at the specific scene of the crime. Although if you do the math, Errol, it's been about 8 charges per victim, including assault, premeditated first-degree murder, and a couple of others. So we're likely to see, in addition to those 42 charges, upwards of 2 or 3 dozen more. Certainly that would put him in the 70-plus charge category. And then in addition to that, the federal investigation is still ongoing, Errol, so we'll see what happens in that court appearance on Thursday, and certainly more to come, as the Department of Justice has said they're going to prosecute this fully. That might mean adding terrorist charges or potentially more violent charges at the federal level.
Yeah, so much more to see in this case. Jake Rosen with the latest. Thanks, Jake.
Breaking news to tell you about. The wife and children of the Boulder, Colorado suspect, Mohammed Solomon, have been taken into ICE custody. The story breaking this hour. Alex Stone has it for us. Alex, what more do we know?
Yeah, since we were talking a moment ago, Kira, we just got confirmation. Our Luke Barr confirming through sources of the wife and children of the suspect of Mohammed Solomon have been taken into custody now by ICE and HSI, Homeland Security Investigations in Colorado. The family is being, we understand, processed right now for expedited removal out of the U.S. Remember, Solomon, we know, was in the country illegally, overstayed a work visa. It would seem his family probably was in the country illegally as well, that they are now in custody and getting ready for removal from the U.S.
All right, things are happening fast. Alex, appreciate you. Thank you so much. We'll stay on it.
You got it.
Ya Allah.
Before we move on to what's going on in Israel sniper drones used in 8 attacks, Gaza witnesses claim. We are obviously going to get into that. There's been a little bit of a back and forth on this as well. I think that the way that the media is covering this story and talking about it is pretty crazy, but also expected. They are just gearing up for the post 9/11 style Islamophobia. They're greatly amplifying the post 9/11 style Islamophobia. And it is legitimately terrifying. I beg you, reach the flotilla and talk to them, please. I can't. I mean, I've DM'd some people that are on the flotilla. Stop fucking saying, please talk to the flotilla. I am already working on it. Like, what are you talking about? I'm already working on it. What do you want me to do? So there is a Freedom Flotilla coalition. Okay. For those of you who do not know, I don't have Telegram, by the way, so I don't know how I can watch this. There is no way for me to watch this because I don't have Telegram. You're sending me a Telegram link, but I don't have Telegram. Anyway, it's on Instagram. I'm not seeing it. But yeah, one of the people on the flotilla, Thiago Avila Brazil, follows me. I'll follow him back. He's the steering committee member of the Gaza Freedom Flotilla, but I don't see him live streaming, if that's what you're saying. Thiago. It's not showing up for me. Oh, it's just a video. Okay.
Here on board the Madeleine. We are on our mission to break the siege of Gaza. This is the third night and there's a drone on top of our ship. We need your support right now, right now. Please tell everyone, demand a safe passage. If this is an attack, we need your support right now. Hey everyone, this is Thiago Ávila.
Please explain what a flotilla is. Okay, so in the past, activists, okay, Brazil chatters, please stop. Protests erupt after Massachusetts high school student detained by ICE. I'm obviously covering something else right now, okay? I got it, okay? Stop fucking sending me other links. Listen. In the past, there have been numerous attempts to break through the unjustifiable Israeli blockade by sea to bring in aid directly to the Palestinians. One of the most famous examples of this was Mavi Marmara. Okay, I've covered this extensively. This was also a radicalizing moment for myself. Okay, Mavi Marmara was a passenger ship that tried to, as a part of the Gaza Freedom Flotilla, tried to break through the unjustifiable Israeli blockade to deliver humanitarian aid to the Palestinian population living in Gaza. Okay? In the process of going through, Israel basically came in. There were 3 ships in the Gaza Freedom Flotilla. Israel basically dropped commandos into the humanitarian aid ship after issuing warnings that they were not allowed to go into Gaza. And they dropped commandos into the ships and slaughtered 9 of the passengers. Okay? This took place This took place in 2011. Okay, it's rather difficult to fuck. Hold on. In 2010, I apologize, not 2011. They went in and they slaughtered the people that were on the ship. And then they turned around and did the classic Israel nonsense, where they claimed that these guys were terrorists, they claimed that they had weapons, and they claimed that they deserved being slaughtered, right? They did the fake audio messages between the Israeli Navy and the Mavi Marmara. They released, fake audio messages, things like that. Recently, there were numerous attempts to implement a similar flotilla to bring humanitarian aid directly into Gaza. Once again, initially it was launched by friend of the show, Dylan Saba, alongside many other Gaza Flotilla Humanitarian Foundation members, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition. Turkey did not allow them to actually leave the Turkish ports. So they went back and they tried to do it again. And Israel, a couple months ago, shot one of the Freedom Flotilla ships off the coast of Malta, thousands of miles off the Israeli coastline. Airstrike unconscious confirmed. Crew evacuated. FFC still denied investigation. This happened in the month of May. After that, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, who you can track, and they have a Telegram channel, but I believe their live stream just ended. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition went back with another ship called Medellin that had Greta Thunberg, Rima Hasan, who is a part of France Unbowed, the party that I interviewed the head of, Mélenchon. Okay. Alongside other famous activists, and even Liam Cunningham, who was Davos Seaworth from Game of Thrones. Okay. And they are on their way. They're on their way to, I can't watch this channel, chat. I don't have Telegram. They were on their way to the Gaza Strip again. And now they are a couple miles off the coastline of Greece, as far as I saw in the latest tracker, which you can follow. Okay, but it doesn't seem like the ship is moving now on the tracker. But here is the Madeleine off of the coastline of Greece, and people that are on the ship, including Tiago, have posted about hearing drones. Rima Hasan, who is also on the ship, said 2 drones are around us. Okay. Here's a video of Tiago Villa.
I'm here on board the Madeleine. We are on our mission to break the siege of Gaza. This is the 3rd night, and there's a drone on top of our ship. We need your support right now.
Radical French Boer. I have already DM'd Rima Hasan. Please stop fucking demanding that I talk to Rima Hasan. I already have. I already DM'd her. She follows me on Twitter. She's on a fucking ship surrounded by drones. I feel like she's a little bit busy to talk to me right now. Okay? Jesus Christ. I also can't watch their live stream on Telegram because I don't have Telegram. Here are some of the other people on the ship. Baptiste Andre, Greta Thunberg, Shuaib Ordu, Mark von Rennes, Omar Fayyad, Pascal Moreras, Reva Viard, Rima Hassan, Sergio Toribio, Tiago Avila, Yanis Mamdi, Yasemin Ajar, who I suspect I think is also Turkish of German. German of Turkish descent. These are the 12 volunteers aboard the Freedom Flotilla's Madeleine en route to Gaza. Okay? You guys act like a cult. Please do praxis and stop worshiping Hasan's farts. Worshiping my farts? I mean, you're not wrong. They should, but you're cringe for saying you should do praxis. This is a live stream? Oh, this is Al Jazeera Arabic. Why did you send me the Al Jazeera Arabic repost? Just send me, please, chatters. Please send me a fucking better link than the tiniest Al Jazeera Arabic link you could find. I'm also not going to sign on Telegram. I will give you further updates on what is going on as the day goes by. But it seems like Al Jazeera Arabic is one of the only broadcasters that's like live broadcasting what's going on. I guess they sent a drone off the coast of Greece. This is the drone. A Heron, an Israeli Air Force Heron UAV flying directly above the ship. Yeah, they're off the coastline of Greece. Anyway, they shot the previous they shot at the previous ship. It says Greek Coast Guard, not IDF. What, the this says Greek Coast Guard? Aircraft category military. Am I seeing this wrong or something? What's happening? Oh, it says Greece Coast Guard. Okay, my bad. Yeah. Okay. As the Madeleine ship attempts to reach Gaza, expect a rise in fake photos, videos, and reports about what's happening at sea. Keep in mind, any likely confrontation with the Israeli Navy will probably take place at night. The only real-time visuals will come from the crew's cameras and IDF drone footage. Everything else will rely on delayed witness accounts. Be cautious of what you see online. Verify before sharing. And remember how limited our ability is to confirm events in real time. Yeah, the reason why I thought it was Israeli is because Heron is an Israeli drone, by the way. Like, it might be the Greek Coast Guard, but they're using an Israeli UAV. The IAI Heron Machatz 1 is a medium-altitude, long-endurance unmanned aerial vehicle developed by Malat, the UAV drone division of Israeli Aerospace Industries. Many countries, of course, use and utilize Israeli weapons, Greece being one of them. Greek Coast Guard does not have a Heron drone. I'm Greek myself. Okay, but this is identified as a Greek Coast Guard drone, so I don't know why you're saying that. It's not that crazy for it to be a what? Media viewer? What the hell is this?
They issued
What is this?
the Israeli army. They issued warning shots in the air, and
Oh, this is the other story that we're going to be talking about. It's a Greek drone. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about the David Menser clip in a second. Okay. But as of now, these are the only updates. So there is seemingly a Greek Coast Guard drone that is an Israeli drone in its origin flying over the ship. Okay.
هم من المناورة على سبيل المثال بتنفيذ خطط السلامة.
When is the flotilla supposed to arrive? In a couple days. It's right around here, and the flotilla is supposed to be here. There you go. The drone is like, I guess like the flight tracker is not real time maybe, but I believe it's supposed to arrive on the 7th. That's what they were saying. June 7th is when they were planning on arriving at the Gaza Strip. Do you think they'll sink it again? I think there is a likelihood that they will shoot at it again in an attempt to sink it, in an attempt to stop it. Considering that the last time they did this off the coast of Malta, which was even further away from the Israeli coast, and no repercussions came for that kind of insane behavior that is a violation of the sovereignty of European nations, as well as just incredibly fucking inhumane. Okay? Israel might attempt to do this again. Now, as I was covering yesterday, the Washington Post and many other outlets reported that at least 31 people were killed Sunday morning in southern Gaza, according to Strip's health ministry, when Israeli troops opened fire on crowds making their way to collect aid. Okay? The Israeli government's initial response to this was, no, that didn't happen. And then their response was, because there was too many eyewitnesses and too much footage of the event, they said, yeah, we did open fire, but it was actually 1 kilometer away, like half a mile away from the actual aid area, despite the fact that these were people trekking for 7 miles to get to the aid area. So yes, it was near the aid area. Okay. And And they got the Washington Post to basically issue a correction, a ridiculous correction, claiming that this was blood libel once again. And of course, the cowards over at the Washington Post corrected their and deleted their post below because it and early versions of the article didn't meet the Post's fairness standards. The background: early versions of this article on Sunday stated that Israeli troops had killed more than 30 people near a U.S. aid site in Gaza, with the headline attributing the action to health officials. The article failed to make clear if attributing the deaths to Israel was the position of the Gaza Health Ministry or a fact verified by the Post. The article and headline were updated on Sunday evening, making it clear that there was no consensus about who was responsible for the shootings and that there was dispute over the question. While statements from Israel that it was unaware of injuries and that an initial injury indicated its soldiers didn't fire at civilians near the site were included in all versions, the Post didn't give proper weight to Israel's denial and give improper certitude about what was known about any Israeli role in the shootings. The early versions fell short of Post standards of fairness and should not have been published in that form. This is why they dropped passive voice for a second. They dropped passive voice for 1 second, and immediately Israel pounced on them. Okay? How insane that they would try to correct it by basically offering weight to the institution that lies about everything. The Washington Post is now reporting the story about Sunday's massacre. While 3 witnesses said the gunfire came from Israeli military positions, the Israeli Defense Force denied the allegations, and that led to the obsequious apology below. Oh, okay then. Oh, Israel said they didn't do it? All right. I guess we should offer more weight to the fucking state that has routinely lied for the past 19 months. This has conducted an ethnic cleansing campaign. Incredible. Incredible stuff. An Israeli military official later said the troops had acted to prevent several suspects from approaching them overnight and fired warning shots at the group, but there was no connection between this incident and the false claims made against the IDF. Let's watch.
Eyewitness after eyewitness, same story. The Israelis fired on civilians near 8 points, killing and injuring scores of civilians in recent days, they say. Moreover, repeated testimony that they used drones to do it.
We were there lying on the floor since 4 a.m. and the drones were firing at us. The Israelis were firing at us. People were crouching on the floor, women and children, and in the end, all we left with is a can of fava beans.
Israel has not directly commented yet on its use of drones in these recent incidents. But it is a world leader in developing military drone technology. For these drones, sometimes called quadcopters, firing bullets is certainly possible.
We know of a lot of companies that advertise drones with small caliber weapons mounted on them. We know that the IDF has worked with some of these companies.
And a UK doctor who'd worked in Gaza gave this evidence to Parliament just a few months ago.
What I think I found particularly disturbing was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down.
You reported on these drones a long time ago. Only now mainstream media is reporting on it. Yeah. Drone copters that have snipers attached to them that snipe children is something that we have covered months ago. Drone copters that actually provide surveillance and also directly speak to the Palestinians also covered that months ago. Only now is mainstream media starting to cover this. Even this is months after the fact that surgeons that went to Gaza came back and reported on the victims that were children. Drone copters that play the sounds of crying children in an effort to draw out Palestinians that are trying to help people in need, only to fucking shoot and kill them. Again, they are basically at least 5 to 6 months late to the game. Even after there was direct testimony, even after there has been verifiable evidence that we have seen from people's phone camera footage. I saw, I believe, an ABC or NBC, one of those like foreign, one of those reporters, conflict reporters, talking about his interview with a doctor in Gaza. A doctor in Gaza that in the midst of the interview was interrupted by a drone that flew directly to her window and started yelling commands at the doctor, asking about like who she was talking to and things like that. Demanding that none of this is actually filmed. Nightmarish dystopia.
Down and pick off civilians, children. And we had...
Yeah, Al Jazeera's investigations unit covered quadcopters on December 2nd, 2024. Palestinians in Gaza say Israel's been using small quadcopter drones equipped with loudspeakers to lure them out of their homes and then shoot them.
In mid-April, we were informed that Israeli quadcopters were emitting bizarre sounds, including baby sounds or women screaming. I went personally to Nusayrat and I interviewed several Palestinians separately, and the testimonies were almost identical. Quadcopters were for 2 consecutive nights on the 14th and the 15th, I guess, of April. They were emitting baby sounds, playing sounds of screaming women. The quadcopters apparently played these sounds only to lure citizens out of their homes and to find someone to shoot. And this was confirmed by actually the reports that we followed up on at hospitals. There were cases of people getting injured by these quadcopters after going out to figure out what was the sound, to try to help.
Suddenly we heard a woman shouting in the street, "Help," with a baby also asking for help. The voice was coming from outside the door. It was a quadcopter with 4 propellers. Then it headed towards the tents. We called my cousin. Don't fall for it. It's just the sound system. Abu Anas al-Shurur from this area was shot in the head. It's a baby saying, "I want my mother." This is the other thing. Like they will use these drones to basically broadcast to, yeah, there it is with weapons. This is from Elbit Systems itself, by the way. They can be equipped with weapons. They can be equipped with sniper rifles. This has been known for months. Okay, remember, the initial reporting on this came in the month of April in 2024. Only a couple months into Israel's genocide. Verification from Al Jazeera came in December. From their investigative unit. Channel 4 is covering it 1 hour ago. Israeli sniper drones used in aid attacks. Gaza witnesses claim.
Description after description. This is not, an occasional thing. This was day after day after day.
Israel said that's a lie. We don't target civilians. And then there's a psychological dimension too. Listen to this sound. An Israeli drone by night over Gaza. The blaring sound of a screaming baby. The man filming says this is coming from the drone. He says if you go out to investigate the sound, you'll be shot. It's happened, he says. Israel claims it would never do anything so unethical as this.
That's so funny. Yeah, no, definitely, dude. Israel would never do this thing that Israel definitely is doing, that we have video footage of. But it's fucking blood libel, and you're engaging in anti-Semitism for saying that. As Felix said yesterday, Felix Biederman said yesterday, when referring to the Lindsey Graham post, a couple months ago, they were like, this is fucking blood libel. This is blood libel. Remember? Whenever we were talking about like the flotillas being shot at by the Israeli state, it was treated as though it was blood libel. It's always shit that Israel is doing in broad daylight, being treated as blood libel. But then a couple months after the fact, it just turns into something that they are advocating for. How incredible. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah. I thought it was anti-Semitic blood libel to report this. Breaking news, Israeli troops opened fire near a Gaza aid site, the military said. Gazan officials said at least 27 people were killed. Israel claims that Palestinians are using human shields. The Israeli occupying force literally uses Palestinian human shields. There's also plenty of investigative reporting on this as well. Everything is projection. Okay? Germans all across the globe are offended by your comments about the Nazi government. Yeah, this is anti-Deutsche discrimination, I know. Just a few short months ago, it was blood libel to say Israel deliberately struck aid trucks and targeted relief workers. If they hit this flotilla like they've done before, you'll have about a day of acknowledging reality before it goes back under the blood libel tab. Incredible. What's next on the blood libel situation? Israeli settlements in the West Bank are illegal under international law, but apparently it's blood libel. That's also blood libel. What's next, dude? Saying Sabra hummus is dog shit, also blood libel. You want all Jews to be assassinated. You must want the Holocaust to happen if you believe that Israel should follow international humanitarian laws. You are basically saying you want the Holocaust to happen every single day to all Jews around the world. Classic. Incredible. Yeah, this video of a Palestinian strapped to the hood of a car is blood libel. Look. Tying an injured Palestinian to the hood of a military vehicle and parading around the streets of Jenin, effectively using him as a human shield. Notice how they're also not letting ambulances pass through. More blood libel. Every single thing that I've said about Israel and Israeli military doctrine, Israeli military practice, to the onlookers, to people who are not knowledgeable about the ways in which Israel conducts itself in its ethnic cleansing campaign, at first comes across like insane shit. Because everyone ultimately is so conditioned into believing that like Israel is the Jewish nation state. So obviously there's going to be a lot of haters of Israel that are coming at this approach from an anti-Semitic angle and greatly exaggerating the untold amounts of violence and the most psychotic ways in which Israel actually dishes out said violence. Okay? It's probably anti-Semitic. Even I myself have found at moments, even I have thought, yeah, this is probably not real. This seems like too insane to be real. Perhaps it's someone who made up like it comes across like it's something that was made up by an anti-Semitic person. That's how insane Israel's military conduct is. Because it is an exterminationist force. It is purely fascist. So, of course, as it goes, even I sometimes go, that's a bridge too far. I feel like you made that up, only to investigate and find out that, oh my God, no, this person was not making it up. It's actually very real. And there's funny ones like the semen commandos, like the goon squad that extracts semen from fallen Israeli occupying force soldiers. But then there's also other insane things that the Israeli government does, like the quadcopters that that play the sound of crying babies to lure out Palestinians that are trying to help, only to fucking assassinate them. It is crazy. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how a single person. I don't understand how any singular person that is a self-respecting individual in the Western media would still cover whatever the fuck Israel is saying. And take their word as worth anything. They have so consistently lied about every single thing that they're doing and so consistently projected all of the awful shit that they do to the Hamas organization, to the Palestinians in general, that no one who is a adult with a functioning brain should ever take what the Israeli officials are saying seriously. They've lost that privilege. Like, all states lie, for sure. It's not unique to the Israeli state. All states lie. But what we're seeing from Israel is just like so glaringly obvious. Like, they lie in the worst ways possible, in the most like irredeemable ways possible. That you cannot treat Israeli members of the media, like Israeli officials, that Israeli spokespersons in the media, as though they're being fucking honest. Like, you can't do that. Not Israeli members of the media. There are some Israeli journalists who are very honest. But yeah, Mohammed Shahada says, what would it take for mainstream media to cover Israel's systematic use of Palestinians as human shields and baits? Does the IDF need to put out a cartoonishly giant sign that reads human shield on top of this man's head? 36 hours later, zero mention of this incident in U.S. media or EU media. This is a Palestinian that was dressed up in IDF combat fatigues and being lured around by rope as bait. God, you're such a fucking simp pussy. Okay, good one. This is established military practice in Israel. Israeli soldiers have come out and confirmed that this is established military practice in Israel. So whenever they say, oh, Hamas is using human shields, remember, that is not only a lie, but also projection. Israel actually uses human shields. Anyway, let's hear more about this blood libel, though, from the most moral army and the most moral envoy of the most moral army.
Only last week, the Israeli government announced new settlements, 22 settlements.
Well, no, can we pause?
Well, hang on.
Yes.
On the West Bank, 22 settlements,
yes,
which the international community views as illegal. They announced 22 new settlements. As a lawyer, given your adherence to the point of law, presumably you would condemn that.
Well, this is exactly why we need to be clear about how international law applies and why the notion of these so-called illegal settlements is a misnomer.
You don't think they are?
It's not a legal term, it's a political term, and it is part and parcel of a misapplication of international law to the status of the territory. These blood libels, occupation, ethnic cleansing,
Wow, so you think the settlements are not illegal?
And genocide are all part and parcel of the propaganda, which I would like to be able to come on to, because all of the evidence goes in...
Pointedly.
International law is blood libel, and its application to Israel is anti-Semitic. Classic. Anyway, let's get back to the other blood libel. Israeli sniper drones being used in the aid attacks potentially, as Gaza witnesses claim.
But there is something about drones in terms of their persistence, the fact that they are very advanced, they're very mysterious. If there's a drone flying above your head, you have no idea if it's watching you, if it's going to drop a bomb on you, if it's going to target you. And that sense of sort of mysterious suspense, it adds a really dark dimension to the conflicts.
Load onto all of that, feeding the paranoia or feeding the database, or both. Debate about how far AI drone tech can now identify human faces on the ground for targeting or leaving alone. The face, indeed, of modern war.
Well, here with me now is Palestinian lawyer Melina Ansari from the Human Rights Watch organisation. How should the use of drones change warfare? I mean, you'd have thought it means that whoever's controlling them knows precisely who they're pointing at, and that would reduce.
Blood libel is an accusation, a historic accusation that has caused tremendous harm to Jews all around the world in an instigation of pogroms, ethnic cleansing campaigns that Jews have faced, primarily in Europe. Okay? It is an anti-Semitic canard that dictates that that falsely accuses Jews of murdering Christians in order to use their blood in the performance of religious rituals. This is a blood libel is a real thing that took place where accusations against Jewish people in villages when there was like a drought or a famine or any sort of disease would immediately lead to a bunch of fucking dumbass villagers saying, oh, Jews poisoned the well, or Jews actually are killing our Christian children so they can drink their blood or whatever. And then it would lead to massive violence against Jews in said villages. It's like witch hunts. Okay? It is a real anti-Semitic canard. Its modern application of this sort in defense of the genocidal apartheid state is fucking insane, because Israel is doing these things right now. Israel is using drone copters. Israel is actually illegally occupying the West Bank and building new settlements. The notion that this is blood libel only dilutes the severity of the term blood libel. It makes people question the historic violence that Jews were subjected to as a direct consequence of the lies that people have told about Jews. It doesn't have the intended effect of getting people, when used by Israeli authorities and people who are propagandizing at the behest of Israel, saying Israel's the Jewish state, this is blood libel. The intended effect from the people using this in its practical application is that it causes people to stop and second guess themselves because, oh my God, am I being anti-Semitic right now? That's not what's happening though, because Israel's violence is insane and being conducted in broad daylight. Can you explain what it actually is? Are you fucking stupid? I just did. I gave you the dictionary definition. Blood libel, or ritual murder libel, is an anti-Semitic canard which falsely accuses Jews of murdering Christians in order to use their blood in the performance of religious rituals. Oh my God. Especially in the preparation of Passover bread that was perpetrated throughout the Middle Ages and sporadically until the early 20th century. This kind of lie would cause mass lynchings and mass executions and pogroms where villagers would say, oh, it's the Jews again. They're killing our Christian babies to drink their blood. And then they would fucking kill a bunch of Jewish people and ethnically cleanse their villages of Jews. Okay? How many more times can I fucking describe the same thing? What the fuck? In its modern application in defense of Its modern application most commonly uses in defense of the genocidal apartheid state of Israel, where Israeli envoys will say, oh, this is the Jewish nation state, and you are engaging in blood libel. You are lying about Jews doing such heinous, violent acts. Meanwhile, it's not Jews doing heinous, violent acts. It's actually Israel doing heinous and violent acts. And these people are cynically applying real, a real term to describe lies that were told about Jewish people in an effort to do pogroms against Jewish people. The most common blood libel, obviously, is all the lies told about Jewish people that led to the fucking Holocaust. Okay, but the irony, of course, the dangerous irony, of course, in this process is that this does not actually turn around and cause people to second guess themselves, to stop them dead in their tracks from engaging with the truth. It actually just dilutes the term blood libel, and it makes people think, well, obviously what these guys who are saying they're Jews, these Jewish guys are saying like Israel's a Jewish state and it's blood libel, but I saw it with my own two eyes that they're fucking murdering children. So maybe they were lying about blood libel in the past as well. That's what happens. It is an incredibly dangerous. It is an incredibly fucking dangerous way to try and it's an incredibly dangerous way to try and fucking defend Israel, when in fact, instead of defending Israel, all you're fucking doing in this process is make the term blood libel come across like it's not actually valid at all. You're undermining the historic significance of the term blood libel by doing so. You are defanging anti-Semitism. Exactly. Underscoring the dangerous dilution of changing the definition to suit Israel's goals. 1940, anti-Semitism, an irrational fear or hatred of Jews solely or primarily on the account of their Jewish identity, regularly weaponized to enable persecution, pogroms, and ultimately genocide. Blood libel, false and fraudulent accusation that Jews murder Christians, particularly children, to use their blood for ritual purposes, often weaponized to enable violence and massacres of Jews. Anti-Semitism in 2025, condemnation of Israeli genocide or apartheid and or any attempt to apply international law to Israeli conduct and or any criticism of Israel or any of its policies, particularly by individuals, politicians, and organizations that subscribe to universal values. Blood libel, the documentation and or condemnation of the slaughter of Palestinians by Israel, particularly where it concerns the many thousands of Palestinian children massacred by Israel in the Gaza Strip since October 2023. Also, any criticism of Israel or any of its policies, particularly by individuals, politicians, and organizations that subscribe to universal values. I know drones are hovering over the Freedom Flotilla. Please, guys, I know. It reminds me of the story of the boy who cried wolf. The utilization of blood libel in an effort to defend Israel's insane conduct in its ethnic cleansing campaign of the Palestinians is not actually defending Israel at all. It's not stopping people from recognizing the truth about Israel's behavior. The only thing it ends up doing is basically fucking make people go, all right, well, obviously these people are like, these are Jews, right? They're Jews. And they're saying that Israel's violent actions that I've seen with my own two fucking eyes are actually perfectly appropriate and being done for Jews, right? All around the world. And also simultaneously, if you ever fucking criticize this, if you believe your lying eyes, then you're anti-Semitic. Okay, well, I guess I'm anti-Semitic then. That is the somewhat intended secondary impact of this kind of idiotic and dangerous posturing. And it is happening. It's happening every fucking day, and it's incredibly short-sighted. If Israel thinks that this will be beneficial for Israel in the long term, if Jews are threatened by real anti-Semitism, real danger, because many people in the Western world now associate Israel's actions with random Jews that live in this fucking country, that live in Europe, they'll be too fearful and they will have to move to Israel. If they think that this is good for Israel in the fucking long term, they are delusional. Okay? It's not good for Jews in the short term, and it's not going to be good for Israel in the long term. The Israeli project is over. It's done. The Zionist project is done. The culmination of all of this violence will inevitably end. Will it end with actual fucking pogroms against Jewish people and a complete separation from Israel as a mechanism of American foreign policy? Or will it actually happen in an anti-Zionist fashion with a singular, solitary, secular state for all the Palestinians? That is up to a lot of these institutions. Evet. And so far, you're taking this too fucking far. Let them have a country at the very fucking least. What are you saying? You're taking this too fucking far. Let them have a country at the very fucking least. What? So if we view Israel as equal to Jews, then Israel isn't a democracy but a theocracy, and we should cut them off for other reasons. Also, fun fact, the original Lego movie is far more political than you think.
Civilian casualties.
Yeah, well, it's a problem nowadays with the use of, modern technology in warfare, specifically drones. And we have seen cases such as the use of quadcopters and drones in Russia and Ukraine. And these are basically robots in control of firing weapon, even if there's a person behind the screen pushing a button. And Human Rights Watch did document several other modern technologies that are being used in Gaza by Israeli forces, like investigating and looking into the...
Like, yeah, I mean, look, I jokingly say, if you think you hate Israel, you don't hate Israel enough, but like, holy fuck. Israel's net favorability in various European countries per YouGov. UK, minus 46. France, minus 48. Germany, minus 44. Denmark, minus 54. Spain, minus 55. Italy, minus 54. Israel's approval has fucking plummeted, even in Europe, okay? Even in Germany. Because after the United States of America, Germany is the greatest ally to the state of Israel, okay? The fact that the German population also has a net negative approval rating of Israel is crazy. Yeah, this is the other one. Exactly. It's fucking over. It's over. You can game it as much as you want to. You can game it as much as you want to. You can try and fucking say like, oh, well, we won Eurovision. We almost won Eurovision by fucking gaming the voting process. Nobody is believing that bullshit. And as a matter of fact, people are getting more resentful and more angry. That resentment and anger towards Israel is valid, okay? That is a valid resentment and anger towards Israel. Make no mistake. The problem is all of the pro-Israeli advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups are universalizing that anger and resentment towards Israel as anger towards the Jewish state and only fucking leaning into anti-Semitism. They think this is a defense of the state of Israel and its activities, but all it's doing is causing people to be resentful towards Jews, okay? That is where we're at right now.
the artificial intelligence, Where's Daddy, or Lavender, or the Gospel that Israel uses to specify military targets in the Gaza Strip. And the thing is, it's dangerous. While international law and the international community is exactly collaborating and looking into how to systemize and institutionalize the use of drones, we are still seeing them being used in warfare in violation of international law.
Okay, let's come to the main news today, which is the shooting of people trying to get to these food distribution points. I mean, what's your understanding of the international law here in terms of what's happened in these incidents?
Yeah, to begin with, international law started when this whole shenanigans of an ex-military personnel company leading aid distribution. You know, the most important thing under international humanitarian law when it comes...
Where's Daddy is an AI targeting program, a part of the Lavender AI targeting program that was unveiled by investigative reporters in Israel, 972 Magazine, and Local Call. I also covered this a long time ago, almost a year and a half ago. Okay, Lavender is a target populating AI program that dictates that if you're a Palestinian, then you are very likely Hamas. Okay, it obviously is bullshit, and it almost works as a way to take away the moral culpability of killing random Palestinians from the hands of direct war criminals, but instead simply just an AI that is broken and busted. Okay, that also has an incredibly insane secondary targeting protocol called Where's Daddy. Lavender basically populates targets off of ridiculous reasons. Oh, you're a Palestinian man who is between the ages of 14 and you know, I guess like what, 65, and you got a new SIM card, Hamas. And when you as a Palestinian man come home, Where's Daddy kicks in, and it automatically informs the nearest airstrike team that the target has actually come home. That's why it's called Where's Daddy. Okay, 14 to 70, military-aged male. When the target that is 14 to 70, between the ages of 14 to 70, actually arrives home, Where's Daddy triggers an alarm, and the nearest Israeli strike team will blow up the entire fucking house, eliminating the entire family and its neighbors as well. That is a real part of the Israeli... What? What is this? The AI shit is so gross for many reasons, but I fear it's a matter of weeks until Israel tries to fall back on, oh, it's turns out our AI was bugged. Yeah, I mean, it's a way to create plausible deniability.
To distributing aid is that it's widespread, it's humanitarian, and it bears in mind the dignity of the people in need of this humanitarian aid, and it's accessible for everyone that's in need. The militarized, you know, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is basically a militarized private contractors who are distributing aid, and we have seen notorious records of militarized aid distribution.
And I suppose Israel would say that's what was happening before with Hamas's involvement in stealing aid.
Yeah, these are Israeli allegations that we constantly hear about but never see evidence of. And really important
you've never
to
seen
note,
evidence of Hamas taking aid? I mean, surely.
So it's not really, we don't know if it's Hamas, if it's Palestinian armed groups, if it's Palestinian gangs in Gaza, because according to UN reports, and this is what we follow and monitoring, the United Nations has clearly said there are Palestinian gang groups who are being armed so far, and they say it's not by Palestinian armed groups or Hamas, who are being armed and looting some humanitarian aids in areas under full control of Israeli forces.
Yeah, it's actually not Hamas that is looting aid. It's actually Israeli-backed Palestinian militants, criminal elements in the Strip that work in cooperation with the Israeli Air Force, with the Israeli occupying force that is doing the looting. They're also ISIS affiliates as well.
What the UN is saying, there's no way these armed gangs could do what they do without the okay or permission of Israeli forces on the ground there. You know, while we see Israeli forces use quadcopters and shooting people, why aren't they, for example, dealing with the looting? We haven't seen how Israeli forces are dealing with this.
What is the solution?
Yeah, the quadcopters actually offer protection to the Israeli-backed ISIS affiliate gangs in the region, and they end up killing Hamas militants that actually are trying to execute the criminal elements that are stealing and looting the humanitarian aid, by the way. Hamas has tried to enforce a curfew to the best of their ability under complete blockade and complete surveillance in an effort to reduce the looting. And yet these guys operate off of red zones inside of Israeli command centers that are created in red zones, like kill zones, where any Palestinian, armed or not, instantly gets assassinated by the Israeli state. They get to fucking operate in these areas all day, every day. Yeah, this is the guy. Yasser Abu Shabab. He's running a checkpoint in Rafah under Israeli protection. And in that checkpoint, humanitarian aid trucks, people who are delivering humanitarian aid trucks have reported that they are actually demanding money from them as well. They're extorting the people that are delivering the humanitarian aid while simultaneously looting the fucking humanitarian aid as well. Now, you might say, well, this is depraved. Like, why are they doing this? And the reason for why they're doing this is, one, because they are depraved. And two, the reason why they're doing this is because they want to destabilize, to the best of their ability, a region that they have completely fucking bombed into oblivion. They want the civilian population of Gaza, the Palestinians there, to no longer be able to live or die through famine that they've created.
I'm here in the city of Rafah. Right behind me, you can see one of the distribution centers we opened in the last few days.
Yeah, he is basically saying we opened this distribution center as an Israeli military official, even though it's supposed to be not an Israeli, it's supposed to not be linked back to Israel. It's supposed to be Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
So far, we opened 4 distribution centers, and we are intending to open more of them. We already launched or distributed more than 16,000 packages of food to the people, in addition to more than 1,000 trucks already entered Gaza, loaded with humanitarian.
The reason why they're fucking saying this, by the way, is because you can try to claim that it's collateral damage, that for one, calculated precise strike, you ended up killing 25 children, right? Even though that's inhumane and gross, you can at least try to massage the narrative within the confines of war, okay? War, like, oh, this is accidental. All of these deaths are accidental. Now, obviously, when it reaches tens of thousands of children, obviously it's no longer accidental and no one fucking believes it. But you can still functionally claim that this is a part of war. It's an unfortunate consequence of a war, right? But you cannot deny and claim it's also a part of war when you are directly creating a famine. Okay? You can't do that. That is part of the reason why so many humanitarian aid organizations that initially didn't want to say that Israel was doing a genocide very quickly were like, nope, Israel's doing a genocide. It's done. Okay? Why is he saying it in English and not in Hebrew? We all know it's bullshit. This is for external use only. Exactly. If you see an Israeli military official or an Israeli envoy speak in English, know that that is for you. It'll be a little different than what they say about the same exact situation in Hebrew. This is for Western eyes and Western consumption.
Aid. Hamas is doing his best, is almost to stop us from doing so. He is spreading rumors, fake news. He's trying bluntly and violently to stop the people of Gaza from reaching those distribution centers. I urge you not to believe every rumor spread by Hamas. We will investigate each and one of those incidents and each and one of those allegations. We are professional military, and we will do our best in order to dismantle Hamas, to release our hostages, and to spread the population of Gaza from Hamas and from Hamas leadership. I'm here in...
This is Hamas. It is very clear. This is Hamas. And there are people who are lying at the behest of Hamas. Many people. Terror babies. Babies of terror. Hamas babies. Anyway, let's get back
when
to
Israel doesn't accept the UN as an honest broker, it regards it as partisan and on the other side.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's not on Israel to decide whether they want to work with the United Nations or not. This is under the United Nations Charter. Israel is obligated to cooperate with the United Nations institutions. And for example, UNRWA, Israel has a unilateral treaty with UNRWA that it alone, on its own, decided to stop. Let me remind you also that the International Court of Justice is looking into an advisory opinion into Israel's obligations towards UN entities in the occupied Palestinian territory. We're talking about Gaza, which falls under occupation of Israeli authorities. So Israel has an obligation to facilitate and collaborate with the UN.
Melina Ansari, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, first, the head of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation resigned, saying the operation could not adhere to humanitarian principles. Now, the Boston Consulting Group, which helped establish the US and Israeli-backed aid distribution mechanism, is also jumping ship. Let's get more from our Washington correspondent, Siobhan Kennedy. Siobhan.
I don't get it. It's totally above board. It's perfectly legal, perfectly valid. Why are these guys all, why are all of these guys just escaping any association with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation? I thought it was in the name, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. What? So weird. Why are they jumping ship?
Well, that's right, Krishnan. Adding to the chaos on the ground, it's emerged now that the Boston Consulting Group, which is the US contractor that was hired to set up and run the new aid organization in Gaza, actually quit the job last week and terminated its contract with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Now, in a statement...
Yeah, BCG, Boston Consulting Group, jumping ship now while everyone else jumped out before, should tell y'all how evil consulting groups are. Yeah, I mean, we are talking about some of the most evil figures, okay? Some of the most evil entities in modern society. American Marine snipers that have now turned into mercenaries and consulting groups. Okay? Think about how fucking evil this process looks like, and this process actually is, that you got mercs that previously were American Marine snipers going, it's a bridge too far for me. I don't know if I want to be associated with this, okay? Like, that's insane.
Statement to Channel 4 News, the Boston Consulting Group said that it was doing the work for free to help set up the new aid organization. And it added that unapproved follow-on work relating to Gaza lacked buy-in, it said, from multilateral stakeholders and was stopped on May the 30th. The Boston Consulting Group has begun a formal review of the work. And while that review continues, the partner who led this work has been placed on administrative leave. Now, it's not clear what that unapproved follow-on work was or why the partner in charge...
They should say why. I think it's gross that they're trying to do reputation laundering, but not actually following through on what the reasons why they pulled out were. BCG helped design the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation model, set contractor pay rates, and manage its ops from Tel Aviv. They now say they've ended the contract and placed a senior partner on leave. Insiders say Gaza Humanitarian Foundation might not survive without them. 2 executive resignations took place. As you know, the mercenaries that I told you that resigned, including the head of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, Jake Wood, claim 7 million meals were distributed. IDF opened fire near Rafah site. 27 civilians killed, dozens wounded. Mass refusal by UN agencies and aid orgs to join. New GA Fed, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation director, Trump ally Johnny Moore, evangelical PR operative. Israel controls the entire aid flow. Armed U.S. contractors secure distribution. 3 to 4 hubs operate only briefly each morning, but not inside aid zones. Despite GHF's claim of safe ops, even Israeli defense officials warned of stampedes in internal memos. Boston Consulting Group says his work was pro bono, but internal sources say they invoiced $1 million per month. The UN and the WFP, World Food Program, have called the situation a tragedy and demand full access. Instead, Israel enforced a tight blockade, has displaced most of Gaza's population south, and is ramping up a new northern offensive. Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was marketed as an innovative solution, but it's become a failed militarized workaround to global humanitarian norms. This is privatized aid by design collapsing in real time. I think that it's not privatized aid by design collapsing in real time, even though it is privatized aid. It's actually a mechanism of aid distribution that was supposed to create chaos. It was supposed to be a trap. And yes, a friendship dating to 1976 resonates in 2012. Benjamin Netanyahu worked for Boston Consulting Group. Of course. BCG is the Boston Consulting Group that was... Oh, I'm so tired. I just told you what their goals were with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. I just explained to you that they were doing payroll, okay? That they were working with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is not a real humanitarian foundation at all. It's directly funded and facilitated by Israel and the United States of America, the 2 parties most responsible for the genocide of the Palestinians. It is illegal under international human rights, under rules of conduct, to actually distribute aid by the belligerent occupier and using the aid as a mechanism to trap Palestinians or to displace Palestinians. All of these things were basically, all of these things immediately came to light. I've been covering this for fucking months and months and months. I just repeated that point just now. And people just like don't understand, what I said 9 seconds ago and go, I don't get it. I keep repeating myself so much.
Has been placed on leave. Should be noted, though, that the Washington Post did cite sources that said that the Boston Consulting Group actually charged $1 million a month for its work in Gaza.
Has there been any response from the White House?
Well, there has been a press conference in the last hour or so, and the White House press secretary was asked about the latest shootings, and she said that the administration was looking into the veracity, she said, of the reports and wouldn't take the word of Hamas as the truth. She was also asked about the change of leadership in the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and just listen to what she said.
Well, look, this was a creative idea that the president called for to get aid into the region. These people were desperate and starving, and the president didn't like seeing imagery of that, and he wanted to ensure that aid was brought in with the approval of Israel for understandable reasons. We will never forget the brutal attack on October 7th. And again, this is something that the previous administration was unwilling to put the time and effort into doing.
Well, she seems to imply that the whole idea of this Gaza aid group was all President Trump's. Important to say in this respect, though, that the Boston Consulting Group as a private entity presumably would have been operating at arm's length from the White House. But today, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has announced that it has appointed, in fact, a pro-Trump evangelical pastor by the name of Johnny Moore to take over running the organization.
Siobhan Kennedy in Washington.
The children of Reem Zidane are mourning their mother today.
come back, answer me, says her son Zain. Behind him, his 15-year-old brother Ahmed explains to a reporter why they'd risk trying to get to the aid site. Everything's been under siege, he says. Of course we were going to go. My mother was telling my brother, lean over, lower your head, do what I'm doing. My brother turned his head, and then a bullet went into her head. We are supposed to be able to eat with dignity. We're supposed to receive aid without humiliation, without being disgraced. It was Reem's 5th attempt to get aid from the new US-Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in Gaza's far south. She'd returned with nothing each previous time, losing out to those faster, stronger, in the chaotic competition the new aid system has created. This was the 3rd consecutive morning of Israeli shooting in the vicinity of one of the GHF sites. On this occasion, the military confirming it had fired toward what it called suspects who'd left the main route. Gaza's health ministry reported 27 people killed, nearly 200 injured.
I was in the way at 3:30 in the morning. There was shooting and I lay down. I don't know how the bullet hit my head.
If it seems extraordinary that again so many stayed on through the shooting to try for the aid, these are the stakes in Gaza right now.
This is a bloodbath with bits of food soaked in it. We go there to die. They fire bullets and shells at us and quadcopters fire at us. All of this is death.
We see people killed in front of us and end up leaving empty-handed. We're tired of this. Maybe people will be able to get aid if their IDs were checked.
That was GHF's original plan. Nominated representatives, irises scanned, taking days' worth of food back to their families. It has not run as advertised. Since Sunday's shooting, GHF and the Israeli military have been closely aligned, both condemning media lies, both denying incidents at or near the aid site, Israel's army admitting only to firing warning shots further away. Today, a change in approach. Israel admitting that this morning warning shots were followed by the real thing.
And as some of the suspects continued, despite these warning shots, advancing towards the troops in a threatening manner, further fire was directed near these specific individuals.
But doubling down on the accusation that media were reporting Hamas propaganda without verification.
June 1st, Hamas claimed Israel had killed 31 people at an aid site in Rafah. The New York Times and others ran with it. Then we've released an Israeli drone footage showing that Hamas gunmen opened fire on the crowd. Now, did the media lead with that correction? No.
For good reason, as it turns out. The footage used in a separate government briefing today is from a different location and time. Our colleagues in Gaza say the gunmen belong not to Hamas, but an armed gang that was selling stolen aid. This evening, Israel's military released new footage of its troops in Gaza's...
Nope, take it one step further. Armed gangs selling stolen aid that are under the protection of Israel. Because remember, there's a drone that was able to take that footage. Okay? Now, how is it that this drone that took that footage didn't immediately assassinate the person? It is quite literally what we've been reporting on for months at this point, that Israel is utilizing armed gangs in the region and protecting them to basically get footage like this so they can claim Hamas is doing it.
Far north, it follows news overnight that 3 Israeli soldiers had been killed in the fighting there. Israel's Prime Minister calling their deaths a heavy price, promising to achieve all the goals of the war. In southern Khan Yunis, more evacuation orders as Israeli troops expand operations there. For Gaza's civilians, the achievements of this war counted in increments of misery.
Well, joining me now from Al Mawasi near Rafah is Hamish Young, who's the Senior Emergency Coordinator for UNICEF in Gaza. Now, Israel says this aid operation is working and millions of people are getting food. What's your assessment?
Good evening, Christian. Our assessment is that it's not working for all the reasons you've just seen. There are large crowds gathering. They're moving in. The whole situation is chaotic and uncontrolled, and people are being shot. I think we can quibble over the numbers, but the fact is, and I don't think anyone's disputing it now, the tens and tens of people have been shot over the last 3 days. And that is just absolutely unacceptable. The Secretary General's called for an independent investigation yesterday. That was even before today's killings, which have only added to the need for this to stop immediately.
Do you think it can be made to work, or does it need to be abandoned?
The current structure can't be made to work. It's inherently flawed in its basic design. It does not adhere to accepted international humanitarian principles and humanitarian practice, the sort of thing that the UN agencies and a lot of very large international NGOs have been following for many, many years. What we have done, what we've demonstrated works very clearly, is not something that we've just come up with in the last few months for this war. It's honed from years and years of practice of doing this stuff, lessons learned, reviews, evaluations over and over again to get this right. We demonstrated during the ceasefire that when we've got access and we've got enough supplies, we can deliver.
But Israel claims that it was Hamas that was giving out the aid, not the UN. What's the truth?
That's simply not true. The UN was giving out all the supplies. I certainly put my hand on my heart and...
Yeah, well, Israel also claims UN is Hamas, so what are you going to do, you know? I'm telling you, bro, if Israel said, it's sunny outside, I bring a fucking umbrella. Get the fuck out of here, dude, Israel says.
Vouch for UNICEF. We were giving out the supplies. The UN was giving out the supplies, and the internationally recognized NGOs were giving out the supplies. I think, Christian, it's important to note that during the ceasefire, when there were many, many thousands of trucks coming, I think you'll recall that was 600 a day was part of the ceasefire agreement. The United Nations and the internationally recognized NGOs were accountable for only about 35% of that. There was another 65% that were brought in by bilaterals and other organizations. So I think if you want to look for any problems, you need to look into that 65%. The aid brought by the United Nations and the NGOs is distributed in an extremely rigorous way. We have monitoring, we have post-distribution checking, we have audits, we have independent third-party verifications. We have all sorts of mechanisms, like I say, that have been honed over many, many years of practice to ensure that the aid gets to the right people. And if I can just add on that, I mean, speaking from UNICEF, we're bringing baby food, we're bringing nutritional supplies for malnourished children. Do you really think anyone wants to divert that? We're bringing vaccines for babies.
Well, what is the current state of hunger
Israel does
in Gaza at the moment?
I think exactly what you saw on the videos just now and what you've heard on the reports. If people are desperate enough to go back day after day and risk getting shot, when everybody knows, every single person in Gaza knows what's happening there, yet they're still prepared to take the risk to go and try and collect just a modicum of food, whatever they can. That speaks volumes for how desperately hungry people are here.
Hamish Young, thank you very much indeed. Well, a short while ago, I spoke to the Israeli government spokesman, David Mencer. David Mencer, the IDF has admitted shots were fired this morning. Why is Israel firing at people who you have told it is safe to go and collect aid when they are desperate for food? I'm
issuing a unique trigger warning that I normally would not issue under any other circumstance, but he is just a straight up fucking neo-Nazi, David Mercer. Or Menser. Why do they keep interviewing them? Well, nowadays when they interview these fucking animals, the interviews don't go down the way that Israel would expect it to be. I mean, he's gonna rip him to shreds.
First things first, Krishnan, we're trying to divorce Hamas from the aid distribution system because Hamas were taking the aid, profiting the aid. You know, they were charging poor, hungry Gazans to get...
Brother, what would they be able to do? Like, let's say that's the case, okay? Let's walk through this. First of all, there's no evidence for it, okay? And it's fucking bullshit. But, like, what are they going to do with the money? Is there a fucking merchant in the tunnels that you can go to? And you just go, here is the money I got that I stole from the fucking Palestinian civilian population. Give me rocket launchers now? Like, where do they go? An NPC vendor? Do they have a fucking Walmart? Like, where? What are they doing with the money? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, there is literally no economy remaining in Gaza. What is Hamas supposed to be doing with the fucking money? Yeah, the fucking Resident Evil 4 merchant is in the tunnel system. Going, oh, hello, Hamas. Time to give you, browse my wares, Hamas militant. Browse my fucking wares. I've got all these rocket launchers. All you need to do is steal money from a Palestinian child, and I'll give you all of the fucking rockets. What are you buying, Hamas?
Get this food. We're divorcing the two subjects of Hamas and aid distribution to allow hungry Gazans to get the food directly, to be able to feed their families in an orderly way. Now, to the event this morning, Tuesday, the IDF have said that as crowds move towards along the designated routes towards a humanitarian aid distribution point in northern Gaza, Israeli soldiers identified several of those people. They left the approved access route. The incident occurred approximately 500 meters, half a kilometer from the distribution site. And after issuing warnings, audio, verbal warnings, warning shots were fired in the air. And
I like that they went from it's fake, it's a lie, it's the most anti-Semitic lie, to actually Hamas was doing it, to, okay, maybe we did it, but it was just a warning shot, to, okay, it wasn't just the warning shot, they were being suspiciously Palestinian in the vicinity of a fucking Israeli occupying force soldier, so therefore they had to be assassinated. Every single time, man. Why do we play this fucking song and dance every single goddamn time? Yeah, I mean, it's a classic. It did not happen. Okay, it happened, but it wasn't us. Okay, it happened and it was us, but we didn't kill anyone. Okay, it happened and it was us, but we only killed someone the third time in a row it happened. It's just, it's so fucking spectacularly ridiculous.
And unfortunately, some of these suspects continued advancing towards our troops in a threatening manner, and so further fire was directed near. No, where there are people desperate for food, we want them to get the food. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. We're trying to get the food to the individuals. Hamas,
were they armed?
The IDF will be able to answer that question directly, but let me tell you, our intention is to get as much food to ordinary Gazans. In the video of the incident on Sunday, the IDF have already released that video, and it showed as clear as daylight.
That's a totally separate incident, David.
Right, well, but this is very, very important to put this into context.
That's a totally separate incident. in a different place.
No, it's not.
And there's no
separate.
evidence that was even
it's
Hamas.
2 days before. It's 2 days before, and these are Hamas gunmen.
They're not. They were your gunmen. They were gunmen, as I've detailed, that are working directly with the Israeli occupying force that are ISIS affiliate militants and criminal elements in the region that get to operate within the fucking Israel, the Israeli created red zones, suspiciously without ever getting shot by any of these fucking quadcopters, including in the goddamn drone footage that they're posting. The entire reason why they do this is so they can literally post that drone footage to be like, well, see, Hamas was doing it.
Firing on their own people, Christian.
You don't know that.
Why they're
There's
doing
no
that?
evidence for that. And it's in a totally
we've shown you
separate
the
incident.
video.
Let's keep it to what happened this morning. Let's keep it to what happened this morning. Was anybody armed?
We can't
Did anybody
separate the
fire
two.
at the IDF?
We can't separate the two. We can't separate the two. Now, the IDF said they were advancing in a threatening manner, and obviously they felt their lives were
What does that mean?
Under threat. The IDF operates under international law, not Channel 4 law, international law. And that's why it's very important. The details of this case are very important. Now, the IDF is aware of these reports and also of casualties, and they are reviewing the incident. But look, a couple of things are clear. We are not preventing the arrival of Gazans. The opposite. We want more humanitarian aid sites, and we want more Gazans to collect that food. We're encouraging it. Now, these warning shots were fired
David,
away
twice
from the
now,
aid distribution plant.
desperate people who have been starved for weeks have been shot at while trying to collect aid. You are
Starved for weeks by who? Also, it's pretty funny that the Channel 4 reporter is in Jerusalem, and he's talking to the Israeli Hasbara guy who's in Tel Aviv. Like, they could be doing this in person. I didn't even realize until this moment, like, what the fuck? I will say, these guys are, like, Western media has started to do real coverage. Finally. And they're talking, Western media is covering this shit like Israel won't actually deport them or even fucking assassinate them, which is surprising to me. Like, it's odd. Like, you're talking a big game when you're literally inside of the apartheid state. Shockingly enough. But once again, this is a marked tonal shift. From mainstream reporters.
are terrifying the population of Gaza even more. They're too scared now to go to collection points because they know they could be shot at by the IDF.
So that is precisely the Hamas rhetoric that they want you to publish.
It's the
And let's be
fact of
clear,
what's happened.
Israel
More than
is
50 people are
No,
dead.
that's not the facts, Krishnan. You've got the facts wrong because we've already shown you video.
This is also why we're trying to explain to people, like, this kind of stuff. You know how I said, like, constantly associating Israel with Judaism and then claiming that anytime you say something that, like, literally happened, someone goes, oh, that's blood libel, is basically having the unintentional opposite effect of people not going, oh my God, I should stop saying the truth now. But instead, it makes people go, okay, well, I guess fucking I'm doing blood libel and maybe you were lying about blood libel, right? Creating anti-Semitic opinions. The other impact of this is that when you constantly associate the entire planet with Hamas, and you do it over and over again, as you are so openly the far greater evil in this process, doing a fucking genocide, right? Eventually, you're pushing people to negatively polarize against Israel so hard that they start backing Hamas. Okay? Like, the very fact that any number of polls conducted in the United States of America have anything beyond like 9% support for an internationally recognized terror group that is comprised of Muslims in a nation state like the United States of America, where like we basically breed Islamophobia, okay? Anything beyond like maximum 9% is insane to me. And now we're talking about like 25%. Now we're talking about even higher percentages of people saying openly in fucking under the Trump administration, where you could possibly even go to jail for saying you support Hamas. Motherfuckers are actively telling people in polls that they support Hamas against Israel. What do you think was going to happen? There was that one Harvard Harris poll that was conducted that had 43% support for Hamas. 43% support amongst young Americans. That is insane to me. That is actually insane. Like, the fact that people are that fucking tuned in to Israel's violence here is crazy. Yeah, ironically enough, this is the exact same process as how Hamas came to power in Gaza. Exactly. And as we know from all the polls that I've shown you in historic Palestine, those who do not live under the rulership of Hamas oftentimes have a much higher favorability for Hamas. So much like the Palestinians in the West Bank, as opposed to the Palestinians living under Hamas rulership in Gaza, Americans are now also showing high degrees of favorability, at least amongst the youth, towards Hamas. Once again, just like with the blood libel shit, just like with the consistent, you're being anti-Semitic if you say Israel's killing children when it very clearly is killing children. You have negatively polarized people against your position, and now you have negatively polarized people against militant resistance against the apartheid state conducting a genocide, when Americans historically have insane levels of unfavorability towards even Americans that also disrupt the pre-existing social pecking order in the United States of America, like Martin Luther King, a figure that was whitewashed in perpetuity. At the time of his assassination, had a 67% disapproval rating, okay, by Americans. Americans don't like anybody that rocks the fucking boat. But Israel has rocked the boat so spectacularly in broad daylight due to all of the tremendous amount of positive media coverage that it has enjoyed over the course of the past 77 years of apartheid, that they've basically washed aside the incredibly sophisticated propaganda machine. They've destroyed it. Billions of dollars spent to make people think that Israel's the most moral nation on the fucking planet, the most only democracy in the Middle East, all this fucking ridiculous nonsense. All of that is gone. It's over. And it's almost funny to see, like, the ADO try to actively come after someone like myself who actively separates Israel from Judaism, Zionism from Judaism, and talks about this from the framework of anti-Zionism alone. And because of that, I'm the number one marker of the Israeli government. The number one target of the fucking Israeli government is insane. Dude, worry about the actual existing and rapidly growing anti-Semitism in the West, big dog. You live in America. You don't live in Israel, you know? That's what I will never understand. It's like, do you have no self-interest? Like, there's a clear reason why you don't live in Tel Aviv, right? Because you prefer living in Sherman Oaks or Brooklyn or fucking Boca Raton, right? You clearly have every opportunity to go and fucking live in Tel Aviv. You don't want to do that. You don't want to live there. You think it sucks. So why the fuck are you ruining your life here by actively associating yourself with Israel's war crimes? You're an American. You're not Israeli. You're a fucking American. It makes me so mad when I hear dudes who do not fucking live in Israel, that could very easily live in Israel, ruining their own fucking future and the future of their children on this nation state, on U.S. soil, by consistently tying Judaism back to the heinous actions of Israel. It's so fucking stupid. It does not pay handsomely. You're wrong. It unironically does not pay handsomely because, like, if you think that the violent actions of this fucking Colorado guy is, or the Israeli embassy staff shooting, which I would package as something different than this other dude, but regardless, like, if you think that there won't be violent retaliation towards people who don't fucking deserve anything, like anything of the sort, if you think that this doesn't unironically make the United States a less safe space for Jews, I don't know what to tell you. There has never been a moment where Israel was safer for Jews than the United States of America. Never. My point is, all of this violence being packaged as being done at the behest of Jews all around the world is creating tremendous enmity towards Jews, okay? Regardless of what their worldview or their position might be. That is my point. Israel is making the rest of the planet a less safe space for Jews by not only its conduct, but its constant association with Judaism, its constant false conflation of with Judaism. They attack you because you separate Judaism from Israel. As you said, they can more easily discount the Candace Owens's because she is anti-Semitic. Ironically, though, that isn't even true anymore because anti-Semitism does not carry the same stigma due to them exactly trying to tie Israel to Judaism. That is my point. That is the point I'm making, is that these guys don't mind the likes of Candace Owens or Dan Bilzerian or any number of different people who are openly anti-Semitic, who are also anti-Israel. Okay? The ADL and all these advocacy organizations don't care about those guys because they can always point to those guys to say, of course they hate Israel, they hate Jews. But when it comes down to someone like myself, I jokingly have said this before. I don't know if this is like 100% the truth or not, but I've jokingly said this before. I'm the motherfucker that's actually causing Jonathan Greenblatt's nieces and nephews to be anti-Zionist. So he fucking probably does not like that. Okay? Because Jonathan Greenblatt's nieces and nephews are never going to listen to Candace Owens and go, oh, wow, I guess Jews are actually believing the fucking Talmud and trying to do historic baby murder rituals or some shit. Like, no Jewish person is going to fucking understandably believe the insane anti-Semitic conspiracies. But that's the problem. And by the way, when I say I'm converting Jonathan Greenblatt's nieces and nephews, I'm not talking about literally his nieces and nephews. I'm simply stating that, there are plenty of young Jews in this community. An entire generation of potential Hasbara agents have now been, have now unironically become way more radicalized against the state of Israel for understandable reasons. You got people that would be funding Jewish advocacy organizations that would actually work as a, Israeli defense organization. Anyway, let's see what this fucking dipshit has to say on Sky News.
In the air, and still some of these suspects continued to advance towards the troops in a threatening manner. Still, further fire was directed close to them, but not to them, but they continued their advance. So we know very well about this report, but I must tell you again that we have released verifiable footage of Hamas gunmen themselves firing at Gaza.
David, yes, but the footage that you just alluded to from the incident.
I never in my life would have thought Sky fucking News would be doing real-time pushback. Chat, is this real? It's so fucking crazy, dude. That is unfucking believable. For months on end, when an Israeli official went on Western media, whatever they said, it was whatever I say goes. All of a sudden, almost overnight, well, not overnight, but in the past couple of weeks, people are actively going, yeah, no, the footage that you sent in is actually not from that incident. And it seems that forensic analysts have figured out that those weren't Hamas militants at all. They were actually criminal elements.
Incident on Sunday is disputed. It was not of the
I don't think it's
Gaza
disputed at
Foundation,
all.
Humanitarian
I don't think
Foundation
it's
site.
No, I don't agree with you. I don't think it's disputed at all. It's probably disputed by people that want to maintain control of aid distribution.
Yeah, which is, of course, the United Nations.
But we're not going to have that anymore because
So
that
let's
is
talk
their
about
last
this incident.
vestiges
Let's talk about
of
this
control.
incident on Tuesday. Okay, David, let's talk about this incident on Tuesday. 27 people killed. You say there was a threat. Did they have weapons?
Well, you'll have to ask the IDF for the specifics. Points
I'm asking
about
you.
that.
You're here to speak.
Right, and
for the Israeli
I'll
government.
tell you that the IDF is not preventing the arrival of Gazans at humanitarian
That was
sites.
not my question, David,
It's
as you well know.
precisely the
Did
opposite.
they have weapons,
It's
David?
precisely the opposite. We are encouraging it. Now, the warning shots were fired away from the aid distribution point in response to the threat perceived by IDF troops. Now, we are facilitating, using this independent operation of this NGO, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, specifically precisely to ensure that aid reaches civilians and not Hamas.
Yeah.
David?
I don't get it. Is it because, like, chat, I don't understand how at this point they don't have like better propaganda. Like, I don't get it. Is it because, like, is it arrogance? Is it pure arrogance where it's like, oh, we've gotten away with this for so long, we don't need to do anything? Or is it simply like the overwhelming number of war crimes that they commit on a daily clip that it's virtually impossible for them to find better propaganda? Like, I've been covering this for years, and I feel like possibly due to the overwhelming number of people who were even remotely invested in this, being like super pro-Israel in the past, whenever I would talk about like Israel striking a journalist or Israel striking the Associated Press building or, you know, Israel doing another siege, right? Like whenever I used to talk about stuff like this, I felt like there was so much more sophisticated propaganda that from the Israeli side, or maybe it was because the overwhelming majority of information coming out immediately was discarded. Like the information coming out of the Palestinian side was like completely fucking discarded. And a lot of the counter narratives were pushed by the only people that were invested in Israel, which was, of course, people who were pro-Israel and right-wing think tanks and shit. I don't know. It is truly shocking. I'm serious. As someone who's been covering this for fucking a decade at this point, it is shocking how bad the propaganda is. I guess they relied too much on people not recognizing the humanity of Palestinians or even recognizing Israel's violence at all.
Been many occasions of Hamas lying to international media, and unfortunately, international media repeating those lies, and that very often leads to
we're not repeating any lies, David. I'm putting the questions to you, and as you well know, in recent weeks we have spoken to Hamas about this. This 27 that were killed, 3 children were killed, 2 women. Were they a threat as well?
Again, every bit of news which comes out of Hamas, of Gaza, is controlled by...
Of Hamas. I mean Gaza. I mean Hamas.
The terrorist organization. There have been many. I can read
so
you
we can't be
a
trusted,
whole
is what you're
list.
saying?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that you need to verify. Do your jobs,
We'd
media.
love to, David.
We
We
are
would
not
love,
preventing
David,
Gazans
we
from
would,
accessing
as you know, David,
humanitarian
and as
aid.
you and I have spoken about before, we would love to verify this, but international journalists are not allowed into Gaza, are they? Why not?
Well, I'll tell you very clearly what the reason is for that. Our priority is getting our hostages out.
Oh my God, he's getting increasingly more red. Oh my God. Bro, if Israel keeps this up, England is going to elect Jeremy Corbyn. By the way, every single one of these fucking monstrous pieces of shit were directly in opposition to Jeremy Corbyn, including this fucking dipshit. One of the more sophisticated Israeli operations. The IDF is now saying they'll shoot anyone trying to get aid tomorrow. Oh, nice. I like that we're at the final stage, which is humanitarian aid distribution sites in Gaza Strip will not open tomorrow. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the U.S. and Israel-backed body in charge of the aid distribution announces. According to GHF, the aid sites will be closed for a day to carry out logistics works to accommodate for larger crowds that have been arriving in recent days. GHF says it'll resume activities on Thursday. IDF's Arabic language spokesperson, Colonel Avichai Adrae, republishes the announcement warning Palestinians that travel on roads leading to the aid sites is prohibited as they are considered combat zones. There is something to be said about like dual loyalty narratives being an anti-Semitic trope in a time of like unprecedentedly open fucking loyalty demonstrated to Israel by people who are British or by Americans in general. It is kind of fucking wild that that's yet another thing that was like, oh, this is anti-Semitic. And it is, right? The idea that like you see an American Jew and you automatically assume that they are loyal to Israel is an anti-Semitic trope. Meanwhile, I'm sorry, but if you're a fucking American and you're watching television and virtually every single guy that sounds like you is either over there killing children or your fucking neighbor is on television talking about how Israel is the most important fucking country on the planet, Of course people are going to go, oh, what do you mean dual loyalty? It feels like it's single loyalty. Like Chuck Schumer yesterday, okay? Chuck Schumer yesterday, he's Jewish. He's the highest ranking Jewish official in American Congress. There is unprecedented harm taking place against the American population right now by the Trump administration. You have people that are getting rounded up with the Gestapo. You have the same Gestapo police coming after Democratic congresspersons and trying to weaponize the Department of Justice against Democratic congresspersons for participating in a protest against ICE in their own fucking building. You have the big, beautiful bill that is a ginormous wealth transfer. A ginormous wealth transfer to the wealthiest individuals in society, knocking out potentially tens of millions of people off of their Medicare coverage, like the elderly who need long-term care that get it from Medicaid and not Medicare, right? Because Medicare doesn't cover their fucking long-term elderly care needs. You have the working poor and their children that are potentially going to be knocked out of fucking SNAP benefits to the tens of billions of dollars, right? To the tune of tens of billions of dollars. What the fuck is Chuck Schumer doing in the process? What has Chuck Schumer done in the process? He released a video complaining about how Trump might actually follow through on fucking Barack Obama's Iran denuclearization deal. I'm not even kidding. It feels like a joke. It feels insane. But you got the least popular congressperson in the fucking nation unironically running around going, oh, Taco Trump, he's going to be too nice to Iran. He's doing a backdoor deal with Iran. What is the backdoor deal with Iran? Mind you, Obama's denuclearization agreement that allows Iran to fucking enrich uranium for civilian levels. It's the same fucking deal that Donald Trump actually ripped apart. And of course, Chuck Schumer is saying that because Chuck Schumer was against Obama's Iran denuclearization deal when he was in Congress at that point in time. That's right. Did he get punished for it? Fuck no. He did not get fucking punished for it because he is Israel's most loyal fucking soldier. What are we doing? He has stated time and time again that his role and his responsibility is to make the left love Israel, okay? He stated it. He's talked at AIPAC seminars. AIPAC is a fucking far-right psychopathic institution that Chuck Schumer has stood at the podium of, alongside every prominent Democrat, of course, which is, again, another reason why so many people go, oh, America is bought and sold by Israel. Our politicians are bought and sold by Israel. The entire Congress is like occupied by Zionists or whatever the fuck. The reason why they say that is because of this. Because you have Chuck Schumer running around at AIPAC conferences talking about how, well, these guys don't believe that Judea and Samaria belong to the fucking Jews. Of course they don't believe that. Why would anybody fucking believe that? Do you believe that? What a psychopathic thing to say. One of the most psychotic things, dude. Yeah. Chuck Schumer to Brett Stevens in New York Times, March 18th, 2025. My job, he told me, is to keep the left pro-Israel. Yeah. This is why he's fucking running around criticizing Donald Trump for literally trying to do the Obama denuclearization agreement. Remember, the same agreement that Donald Trump ripped apart when he actually came into office, now he's trying to bring back. Donald Trump is, I've joked about this before. I'm like, the ultimate goal for Trump is unironically the Obama denuclearization agreement because it was a pivotal achievement for American-Iranian relations at the time. It was a pivotal fucking achievement, okay? Probably Obama's most significant contribution to foreign policy. And Donald Trump came in and was like, nope, Obama did it. I hate it. Also, I love Israel. Am Israel high. And he fucked it up. You know who hated it at the time? Chuck Schumer. You know who hated it at the time? Benjamin Netanyahu. When Obama put it together. Now Trump is trying to put it together. Okay? Yeah, look at his fucking glasses, by the way. Halfway down his fucking face again. You can't see shit out of those glasses, Chuck. God, I hate him. I hate him so much. He is such a weak, feckless little fucking coward who also simultaneously is maximalist on the principles of genocide. Oh my God. I hate the way that you walk. I hate the way that you talk. I hate everything about Chuck Schumer. Oh my fucking God, I hate him so much.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal.
The Democratic Party is the party of war and stabilized global empire. At least Trump lies and says he wants to stop the wars. I know.
With Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to.
Oh, what kind of bull is this? Why won't Trump nuke Tehran? Why won't Trump nuke Tehran? Wah. I thought he loved Israel. I thought he loved the Jewish state. Why does he not love the Jewish state? This motherfucker is one step removed from being like, do you love Israel? What are we doing? You're American. You are the leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate, dog. What the fuck? There are a million things that the Trump administration has done. Not a single fucking peep from this goddamn demon until he's like, oh, do you love Israel? Why are you not bombing Iran? No politique here. How the fuck do you look at the situation? How would you ever look at the situation and go, okay, well, what am I supposed to think here? Like, this motherfucker clearly doesn't care about my situation. He doesn't care about healthcare. He doesn't care about making my life easier. And the only thing he is willing to position himself on is literally Israeli foreign policy, okay? Israeli foreign policy. Israel wants to bring America into the fold. Israel wants America to be more hands-on as it goes and tries to fight a war against Iran. And Chuck Schumer here is agitating at the behest of the Israeli fucking state. There are so many things happening right now in the United States of America. There are so many awful things that are taking place. His constituents are getting fucked over by the Trump administration. The only time he fucking chirps is to position himself as more in favor of bombing Iran than Donald fucking Trump. Resign in disgrace, you fucking donkey.
Sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous.
Oh, no, we can't do that. No, I can't believe Donald Trump doesn't want to nuke Tehran. What the fuck? Obama did an Iran deal. Why are Dems pissed? Why are Dems taking the old Trump position? Because Chuck Schumer and many other Democrats are just pro-Israel. They literally fucking represent the interests of Israel more than they give a fuck about their own constituents. The number one constituency is Israel, okay? Here's Chuck Schumer back when Obama did the Iran denuclearization agreement. Here.
This morning, a leading Democrat in Congress says he will vote no on the nuclear deal with Iran. New York Senator Chuck Schumer's decision is a blow to President Obama, who's trying to build support for the agreement. Nancy Cordes is here with the senator's reasoning and its potential impact. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning. You know, Schumer's not the first Democrat to part ways with the White House on this issue, but he is the highest ranking, and he's next in line to be Senate Democratic leader. And so all of Congress was watching to see.
Yeah, thank God the Democratic Party ousted Chucky boy over here after he fucking used his congressional muscle to attack Barack Obama's pivotal signature foreign policy accomplishment, the Iran denuclearization agreement, which, by the way, predates Barack Obama and was conducted only through unilateral cooperation or cooperation by European leaders as well. Like, it wasn't just between America and Iran, okay? A tremendous Herculean effort. And this fucking dickhead is like, oh, well, Israel doesn't like it. Israel doesn't like it. Good thing. No, that's multilateral, not unilateral. Sorry. You're right.
how he would come down. In a detailed 5-page statement, Schumer said, quote, there are serious weaknesses in the agreement. It would allow Iran, after 10 to 15 years, to be a nuclear threshold state with the blessing of the world community. A short time later, Eliot Engel, another Jewish Democrat who is ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, also announced his opposition to the deal. And their announcements could give cover, Charlie, to other Democrats who are thinking of coming out against this deal.
Nancy, thank you so much.
Yeah, would you look at that? What is this? Exclusive. Alex Jones responds to Palantir hysteria and lays out what is really happening. Don't want to come across as me ever having liked Alex Jones, but man, what a downfall. We're literally in a supposed period he always prophesied of unchecked government power and openly evil corporate overloads. And now he's just like, it's all just fear mongering. Once again, I have to repeat my position, okay? Alex Jones has always been a fucking psyop. Alex Jones's primary position is to either, one, make everything look like all conspiracies, some of which are valid and real, look silly by definition because of the association with Alex Jones, who makes a bunch of fucking insane shit up in the process of saying one truthful thing or two truthful things. Okay? That's it. And now that we live in the post-Alex Jones world where, even the conspiracy theories have become democratized because all information dissemination is democratized. Now he has to fucking turn around and be like, don't believe the lies. Palantir is actually perfectly fine. Palantir is turning the frog straight. Sam Cedar once said if Jones is not a CIA asset, they would create one just like him. Yeah. Northern Lion in 10 years.
Palantir. And when you look at it and you understand it.
By the way, this guy straight up on the morning of 9/11 was like, Israel did this. Okay? I need you to understand. On the morning of 9/11, this motherfucker went on public broadcast and was like, Israel is responsible for this. Israel did this. Mossad did this. Straight up. Okay? So understand that he went from saying Israel did it and the European Union did it to fucking Palantir is actually good. How the fuck?
Palantir and the surveillance systems and the AI and all of it has been an outlier from the bigger companies. And it's been wanting to get big contracts, and Trump wants to use it to track illegal aliens and stuff, and the real ID that...
Yeah, oh, yeah. That's what Trump wants to use it for. Yeah, Palantir is fine. It's not... Like, that's crazy, man. You're talking about a fucking insane company that is named after a movie, like a villain's surveillance technique in the fucking movie that is led by a literal blood-sucking demon who isn't even originally American. Like, that right there that's Alex Jones's reality. Like, that's what he was saying. How the fuck did this happen? Peter Thiel unironically has fucking blood boys, dude. He sucks on the blood of the young. He actually does blood transfusions with young boys. He has many Hillary Clinton style, maybe assassinations. Who knows? Okay. He's also gay. That's the other thing. Like, you don't like gay people, he's gay. There's so many different avenues of attack for someone like Alex Jones here. Okay. Some valid, some invalid, but it doesn't matter. He's like, nah, Palantir is a big company and Trump is using it to fucking find undocumented migrants, undocumented immigrants.
They're trying to bring in that's terrible. that never got implemented because it's unconstitutional. So I've been critical of all of that. And I obviously don't trust Palantir and the rest of the stuff it's doing. But it is small compared to all the other big AI and the Pentagon, Sentinel, and all the rest of it. The reason you're seeing the attacks on it everywhere is because it's trying to get contracts that other big tech companies already have, and because Palantir has been supportive of Trump. And so, yeah, Trump is going to them because they've been supporters. But all this hype about Palantir, all of these systems can be used for control. All these systems are out of control. All the AIs are woke. So Palantir is being used to...
Dude. I mean, it's been said before. I've also said this as well. But like, if Jeffrey Epstein wasn't assassinated and he was able to go on podcasts and talk about how much he hates woke, Alex Jones would hail him as a hero, a champion. Okay? Straight up. Palantir is actually not woke.
Run AI, drones, killing people in Gaza. All of it's very concerning. But why do people know about Palantir and nothing else? Well, that's because it comes from the left, only focusing on Palantir.
Oh, the wokes hate Palantir. That's why you're supposed to like Palantir. That's what it is. Yeah. Here, IDF veteran pitches White House on AI program that scans open web for radicalization following the Israeli model of counterterrorism. Here's what Aaron Cohen, an IDF special operations veteran, said on live on Fox News. Let's hear it. Let's hear what he had to say.
The Trump administration is listening. Partner with me and let's scale this and get local law enforcement the tools they need. My technology will prevent these threats from popping off. You have to get in front of these. The technology's here. The Israeli model meets Palantir quality engineering, and I've got it, and the White House needs to give me a buzz, and let's get this thing scaled nationally, and it's called Gideon.
Yeah, let's scour the internet with Israeli technology that monitors whatever people are saying online so we can fucking arrest them. You know your cause is just when your approach is total suppression and disappearance of anyone who expresses any dissent about your ethnic cleansing project. Yeah. No, it seems like a great idea. Seems like you guys are on the right side, man. He's like, we must engage in mass surveillance of law-abiding American citizens to figure out if they love Israel. Do you love Israel? Israel number one. No politic here. Why you no love Israel? That's sick. Good stuff, man. That certainly is going to change the fucking tide, okay? Yeah. Do you love Israel? Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate Israel. Oh, Israel, small nation. Why you hate Israel? Oh, anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism. Oh, do you go to Colombia anti-Semite? Like I saw in my favorite Israel TV show. Colombia anti-Semite. You love Hamas? You are Hamas? That's what the Palantir fucking surveillance state is going to be doing to me on a daily basis. You have said, I'm Israel high? You have said, I'm Israel high? You have forgotten. You have forgotten to say, I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? If you don't say, I'm Israel high, you must love Hamas. Gideon scans incoming signals across open web, Reddit, the cards, public forums, blog posts, conspiracy board. Wait, what the fuck? What is this? Who wrote this? Did an AI write this? Look at the fucking typos. Oh my God, we are run by the dumbest monsters, dude. Indicator patterns, grievance buildup, martyrdom language, hate speech and ideology, tactical prep, target references, final pots, final post behaviors. Gaming and alt spaces, in-game chat logs, clan servers, TikTok comments, Discord servers, Telegram channels. Oh my God, thank God. It's not on. Twitch is not here. I'm not American. Could you please tell me how hogs are just watching this shit and not reacting like separate countries saying what you do on Fox News? Because American conservatives are fucking servile dogs. Do you understand? There is nothing more peasant-brained than the American Hitlerite small business owner that lives in a fucking suburb, okay? I cannot think of a more servile, self-debasing individual than an American suburb Hitlerite, okay? The most disgusting, the most obedient of dogs is the American that has an arsenal of weapons that says, oh, I need to have this for tyranny. I'm fighting against tyranny. Nothing more servile than a dog like that. American conservatives are so fucking malleable. They are almost entirely propping up the cuckold pornography industry with their behavior on a regular fucking basis. They are complacent. They are dogs. They literally sit around and go, please, sir, can I have some more? More boot, please. I will suck on it. They are unprincipled charlatans that angrily lash out at whatever they fucking perceive is wokeness or whatever targets that have been previously designated by the state and the media apparatus. They are literally, they're lower than their cognitive functioning is lower than a fucking sea cucumber, okay? It is ridiculous. Here, I'll give you an additional statement on this. Here's the top Republican senator on Trump's cuts to Medicaid. The best health care is a job. That's what this fucking animal said.
That's a rising tide lifts all the boats. And, the best...
But hey, he's got the vest on. He's one of us, brother. He's white. He's one of us, brother.
For if people are looking for health care, the best health care is a job. And a lot of times health care comes with a job. And so creating those better paying jobs that come with benefits is ultimately the goal here.
What does he think about gay people and elites? Societal elites, libtards. What does he think about libtards? Throwing pepper and some libtard language in there. And I'll vote for you, sir. I'll vote for you. I am servile. Launch me like a missile into the suburbs, sir. I will go into the enclaves. I said, wild how little these kinds of statements cause people to second guess their allegiance to the Republicans. Dems have given up on taking up opposing stance on healthcare. Most Americans have lost hope and are slowly marching to their deaths. Republicans will fucking kill their immediate families to be a servile, obedient dog to fucking monstrous, super wealthy animals like this, okay? They do not think. They do not have enough brain processing capacity to think, to make reasonable decisions. They're too busy sucking Elon Musk and Trump's penises, okay? And by the way, as far as like killing their immediate family members, that's not an exaggeration. That's not an exaggeration at all. Look what happened during COVID. They volunteered their immediate family members to fucking die while simultaneously saying it's fake, COVID's fake, but it's also a Chinese bioweapon. Also, the vaccines are fake and don't take them because they will make you gay. They don't care. They're just a bubble of resentment and animosity. God damn. Yeah, I'm reminded of fucking Joni Ernst mocking people scared to lose healthcare while filming in a fucking cemetery. No, that's actually a perfect representation of like what kind of insane messaging Republicans can get away with. Does anyone have that video? We have to watch that right now. It's gonna make me so angry. I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Oh, it's over. The taco meme is over. Does anyone have the Joni Ernst video? Remember when Joni Ernst was in a town hall, in one of her town halls, and one of her fucking constituents was like, people are gonna die because you're cutting fucking Medicaid. And she responded with, well, we're all gonna die. That's what she said. Well, here she is responding to that to apologize. Or is she going to apologize?
Hello, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely apologize for a statement that I made yesterday at my town hall. See, I was in the process of answering a question that had been asked by an
She's in a cemetery, by the way.
Audience member when a woman who was extremely distraught screamed out from the back corner of the auditorium, people are going to die. And I made an incorrect assumption that everyone in the auditorium understood that, yes, we are all going to perish from this earth. So I apologize. And I'm really, really glad that I did not have to bring up the subject of the tooth fairy as well. But for those that would like to see eternal and everlasting life, I encourage you to embrace my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Bro, how do you jump from the Easter bunny or whatever the fuck, what did she say? The tooth fairy. How do you jump from the tooth fairy to Jesus Christ? Like, tooth fairy, very fake. Jesus Christ, very real. Slap Jesus Christ on the end of that fucking message, and every single Republican is the fedayeen, okay? They're like, hell yeah, brother. She's right. She's a woman. What a fine woman. I love being a good Christian. Jesus Christ would love killing the poor. After all, everybody knows supply side Jesus is the real form of Jesus. He didn't cure the lepers unless they were a part of their in-network coverage. Amen. That's your issue with this? I mean, that's one of the immediate things I'm responding to. My issue with this is that it's obviously fucking tone deaf, and it directly contradicts Christian doctrine. Obviously, it doesn't matter, though, because modern version of Christianity is just basically Christofascism, and that the American hogs are servile. The American hogs love this kind of shit. They think this is the best depiction of Christianity. I hate it. It's a fucking death cult. And the very fact, the very fact that more people do not feel the way that we do in this community when you hear something like this, when you have this fucking demon, openly posture like this is like, well, some of y'all are going to die if there's no Medicaid, but it don't matter because we're all going to die. That's right. Who cares? Love, all glory to Jesus, please. Like when you say that, like under normal circumstances, if we were French, okay, yuck. But if we were French, think about the possibilities. How many cars would be on fire? How many fucking cars would be on fire if a French politician came out and was like, oui, sorry, you are not getting health care. We are all going to die at some point. Every car would be on fire. They would shut it down. Americans, as opposed to the French, have endless tolerance for being absolutely destroyed every single day. As long as you can just slap on a couple Hail Marys and Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior to the package, while simultaneously saying you're actually, attacking the fucking woke. Okay? That's right. We are fighting Islamagoshism. We are fighting Lavokism. That's right. We are fighting Islamagoshism by making sure that none of y'all's have health care. Me, I have the platinum health care given to me by Le French Parlement. You, on the other hand, can eat shit and die. Guess what? Because you clearly did not pray for Jesus' salvation hard enough. You deserve it. I've just unlocked a new character. French hick. Parlez-vous français, please? No parlez-vous espagnol, please. This is France. Excuse-moi. Someone said French pecker. Yeah. How are all your characters just nationalist hogs? Because they're the most fun. French hick, you mean Canadian? True. Except, again, I think the average Quebec nationalist would literally, I'm not going to say anything, but they would probably flip a lot of cars too, or at least do something else, okay? If their politicians were doing this kind of shit. Oh. Anyway, here, let's watch some more hateful statements coming from Israeli media, which, by the way, remember, when people see this stuff, you're not supposed to see this. This is not for American eyes. You're not supposed to ever translate from Hebrew, okay? So what I'm doing is the most anti-Semitic thing. According to Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL, I am doing, once again, exterminationist rhetoric about all Jews by what? Oh, that's right. Showing a video that runs on channel 14 that is normally supposed to be in Hebrew for the Israeli audience consumption, but instead I'm showing you what the Israeli audience is getting in terms of propaganda. Let's take a look.
מה אני אעשה? עוד בתים, עוד מגדלים, שלא יהיה להם לאן לחזור.
אנחנו צריכים שיקרה האסון הזה כדי להבין שהפלסטינים זאת קבוצה מיותרת, כדי להבין שיכול להיות שמה שהם צריכים זה נכבה 2.
אתה רואה אזרחים? לפתוח באש, בוודאי, הם לא אזרחים.
אני חושב שבפעם הראשונה כשאנחנו רואים את התמונות של ההפצצות, של הבניינים ושל הגופות מעזה, בפעם הראשונה אני לפחות אומר, who cares, זה לא מספיק, זה לא מעניין, זה צריך להיות הרבה יותר חזק.
שבעזרת השם עזה תהיה הריביירה של המזרח התיכון.
כתבה בעיתון הארץ שאנחנו מציתים בתים בעזה. כן. זה נכון אגב, נהדר, מצוין. הוא אמר את זה כאילו זה משהו רע.
זה מאוד פשוט, לקחת מטוסי ריסוס, למלא אותם בדלק, לרסס מעל כל עזה, ולהגיד להם, אם אתם תוך שעה לא מוציאים את החטופים, כל עזה עולה בלהבות.
אני לא מרחם על העזתים האלה. אני לא חושב שיש מישהו במדינת ישראל, בארץ ישראל, שצריך לרחם על העזתים האלה. לא על מבוגרים, לא על קשישים, לא על צעירים ולא על ילדים. מבחינתי שירעבו למוות, מה אכפת לי מהם? למה צריכים שיהיה לנו אכפת?
יודעים שיש הליך משפטי שמתנהל בהאג, ושירים של חיילים שישרף לכם הכפר, זה לא בדיוק עוזר לנו במאמץ הבינלאומי. השאלה היא...
זה שאנחנו יהודים לא עוזר לנו במאמץ הבינלאומי.
עוקב אחרי החדשות, אנחנו שורפים להם את הכפר. זה טוב שאנחנו שורפים להם את הכפר. ואני אגיד את זה בכל מקום. לא רק אני אומר את זה, דרך אגב, גם כל החיילים חושבים כמוני, כמו שאמר ידידי יקר, אנחנו לא שורפים את הכפר, אנחנו מוחקים להם את הכפר וצריכים לשרוף להם את הכפר. יש שם לא רק לוחמים, יש שם עיתונאים עם מצלמות שמכוונות לצד שלנו, בעיניי אגב הם מטרה לגיטימית וצריך להוריד אותם. אף אחד לא מתקרב עם מצלמה לגבול שלנו. זה היה צריך להיות החוק, זה אזור מלחמה, אתה בוחר להיכנס לשם, דמך בראשך.
צריך לדכא.
Okay, it's not my fault that the volume goes up and down a lot.
לדכא את הרצונות האלה של הפלסטינים.
We need to suppress the desires of the Palestinians. Yes, to suppress their desire for a state.
את הרצון שלהם למדינה, לדכא את הרצון שלהם ללאומיות, לדכא את הרצון שלהם לשחרור.
To suppress their desire for liberation. To suppress it. You did hate crimes just now? I don't understand.
Because we believe in
I forgot to finish this interview. You're right. Fuck. Hold on. I need to finish this interview. I need to finish not this interview. Where is it? Oh, here.
Not Sky's journalists in. That's our priority. That's what we care about. Now, real journalists enter Gaza with the IDF. Hamas journalists, unfortunately, never leave because they work with Hamas. And to be fair to those journalists reporting from Gaza, you won't be alive very long if you ever do produce any sort of output that is against Hamas. Because
what about international reporters? They won't be alive very long either because Israel will fucking assassinate them like they've done to all of the journalists in Gaza.
Hamas will kill you. So many so-called journalists in Gaza, and of course we regret any journalists which have been killed, real journalists, but Hamas operatives.
You're distinguishing between real journalists and fake journalists.
Oof, mommy, I lost a lot of close friends because I choose to watch your political commentary. It saddens me, but I thought I had to tell someone. For what reason? Are they fucking Holocaust enjoyers? Is that what's going on? Because it could be Holocaust 1 or Holocaust 2. Because like currently Holocaust 2 is being conducted in front of our eyes. Or it could be Holocaust 1. It could be Nazis or neo-Nazis. Considering that I am an anti-fascist. Oh, because they're pro-Israel. Okay. Oh, so Holocaust 2. Okay.
The point is, David, journalists aren't allowed, from international organisations, are not allowed into Gaza, are they? And I'm asking you again, why you don't allow that? Why don't the Israeli government allow journalists in? You'll know the charge that's put to the Israeli government is that they don't want the world to see what's really happening.
Again, so there's no shortage of output from Gaza. It's been on front of our screens for 20 months now. But our priority is getting our hostages out.
You're not letting...
We want to get our live hostages out, not sending your journalists in. I will remind you that Hamas arrested a BBC journalist about 10 years ago, and they held him. And he was only released when there was an international outcry. And finally, Hamas released him. Now, that same outcry has not happened.
They're protecting the journalists by not letting them. They're protecting their journalists by not letting them into the Gaza Strip because otherwise Hamas would kidnap them. It's so funny. Am I listening to fucking Ethan Klein or National Public Diplomacy Director at Prime Minister's Office's very own former Labor Friends of Israel leader, David Mercer? Wow. Well, don't worry. If these fucking journalists are crazy enough to become Hamas hostages, let them become Hamas-stages,
For our Israeli people being held hostage for more than 600 days now. Our priority is getting our hostages out, not sending your journalists in.
David, that's entirely misleading. You know that there has been international condemnation of the hostages that are still being held. It is untrue for you to make that charge. Right?
I'm not talking about condemnation in words. I'm talking about real action.
What do you want? What do you want people to do? Fucking bomb Gaza further? Like what? I want more than words. I want you to strap yourself to a GB-39 rocket and launch yourself at a Palestinian mosque. If you're a real one, you would kill yourself for Israel. Why have you not said, "Am Israel high," throughout this entire interview? Why are you not nuking Gaza? We have nuked it, but you should nuke it as well. He wants the entire Western population to volunteer for the IDF. The fact that they haven't means they're all anti-Semitic. Yeah. What are you doing? Why have you not volunteered to fight alongside the brave soldiers of the Israeli Defense Force?
Real pressure is put on Hamas, the terror organization. Things happen.
Well,
hostages are released. You know when they get stronger.
What pressure? What fucking pressure? What pressure can you put on Hamas? You are doing a fucking genocide, man.
I'll tell you when they get stronger.
Process that's on the way, it's ongoing, as you know, and we'll come on to that in a...
All right, here, let's watch the end of this.
Humanitarian principles, you unfortunately have decided
David,
to side
cast aspersions.
with. Yes, I will cast aspersions. You have decided to side
we've run out of
with
time
a
now,
terrorist organization.
David, you and I
Shame
will
on
speak
you.
again, okay? David Mencer, their spokesperson for the Israeli government. Plenty more to come.
They hit him with a mute. They hit him with a mute, and as he was saying, "You are Hamas." Sky News, you are Hamas. Shame on you, Sky News. You've said zero. I mean zero Israel highs in the process. How dare you mute me? Sky News, you are Hamas. I like that it wasn't even a hard mute, and it was a fade, and they literally fucking showed him. They full screened him as he was just like, as a porky little pig, losing his fucking mind. Kaya, my lady. Place. Get back over there. What is this? You're bored, huh? Former National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan praised Trump for his strategy of engagement with Iran and predicted he would reach a deal that is going to look and feel pretty similar to the 2015 nuclear deal reached by Obama. Oh no, someone alert Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer. Oh no. Chuck Schumer, you must be deployed.
This is where the anti-government democracy demonstration takes place.
Israeli activists protesting for Gaza children. Bro, I'm sorry. Look at the flags. Rule of thumb. Rule of thumb. If the protests have the Israeli flag, that ain't a protest for the Palestinians. Okay? Even standing together. Even standing together don't actually... Either these are the counter-protesters... Okay. Or this is fake. This is phony. Even fucking Omdim, whatever, standing together, even they don't use fucking Israeli flags at their protests any longer. This one is a real one. He's got a fucking keffiyeh on, okay? This is like, I assume there's like Mezer Vot, like actual anti-Zionists, like all 8 of them at the protest.
People in this demo are also demonstrating against the war, but mainly in order to bring back the hostages, not mentioning what is happening in Gaza. This is going to march down that street, and we're going to wait for them in one of the intersections with the photos of...
Standing together is dog shit. They didn't even call on IDF reservists to refuse to go back to Gaza. Brother, let me tell you something. I am not allowed to say what I think. I am not going to say it, but look, a lot of Israeli society is trained, okay? They have all drafted at some point and served in the Israeli occupying force. They know how to use weapons, okay? If IDF reservists want to go and maybe not do the ethnic cleansing campaign, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say what I mean, the many different endless opportunities for a real IDF reservist that goes back to duty, that goes back to circulation, like what they could do. I'm not going to say it, but you can't stop me from thinking it. And until thought crimes have been made illegal as well. I'm just saying, okay? The Israeli society, as it stands, has a lot of tools at their disposal. Okay? They do. They have a lot of tools at their disposal. I fucking love thinking, bro. Now, of course, there's been plenty of mutinies throughout history. There's been plenty of instances where people that were members of the armed state that thought that what the armed state was doing was unconscionable, then turned around and did things like peacefully protesting. That's what I mean, of course. That's what they should be doing, peacefully protesting. What is this terminology? Just like I think it's called like a blue falcon. It's just totally unrelated, totally separate to the situation that I was talking about, you know? BF, also known as buddy fucking. Blue Falcon. Who knows?
Of the children who were massacred in Gaza.
It's a military term.
When Israel broke the ceasefire, it killed a few hundred people on the first night. And I posted photos of the children who were massacred that night. And my friend saw it on my profile and she said we should print those photos and bring them out to the demonstration.
בבקשה להתקרב. אנחנו פה להעביר מסר ברור שמה שישראל עושה בעזה זה לא בסדר, זה פשע מלחמה. אנחנו פה כדי לזכור את הילדים והילדות שמשלמים בדמם את המחיר ההפקר.
We went out, I think, a group of 20 women with these photos, and were very surprised when people were coming up to us and asking us.
This is why you should not let women learn how to read.
Questions. They were asking, who are these kids? What happened to them? And people were genuinely shocked by it, upset by it. And so the next weekend we printed more photos, and over 100 people joined. And then the week after, over 200 people joined. And then the week after, over 300 people joined, and it just started growing.
Only children haven't done nothing.
These are women of terror. These are Hamas. These are women are Hamas. Israeli incel. Israeli incel, new character unlocked. This is the Whatever podcast, and today we are talking about women. The final stage of Hamas. These are women of terror. Why we are getting so many new guys today? You're speaking them into existence? Yes.
I myself a bereaved mother, so I know what they feel, their parents, their family.
Throw the flag in the trash. If you believe it. It's crazy. Like, wow, you just found out? That's crazy. I just found out that Israel is killing children. Oh my God. Guys, bro, this is shot like a Logan Paul finds out he can see colors again type video. You know what I mean? It's like, or baby hears sound for the first time after putting an earpiece in. Like, lady, you are older than the state of Israel. What the fuck are you saying? You are literally older than the state whose flag you're waving. And you're like, what? What? They are killing babies? What?
Pain is pain all over the world.
Do you think a lot of people in Israel understand what's happening?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure they want to understand. Maybe they're still looking for revenge.
Wait, like genuinely, how are they not aware? No, dude, everyone is fucking aware. The notion that Israeli society broadly is unaware of all of the ethnic cleansing that is unfolded in Gaza is ridiculous. Okay? I'm sorry. You are fucking insane if you believe this even for a moment. Okay? She just got there. Give her a break. No, she didn't just get there. Again, I'm going to repeat this one more time. She is older than the state of Israel. Okay? Nope. There have been too many of these exact same situations that are unfolding for her to have not even accidentally figured out that Israel kills babies on a regular fucking frequency. Yeah, they don't got internet. It doesn't work here, okay? This isn't the first year of Israel's genocide, okay? Yeah, she's like, what? They're killing babies? Since when? Quick, let me grab my Irgun husband. When my husband was in Lehi, they did not conduct themselves like this. What?
I don't know, but children don't have to pay. It's horrible.
Wait, what? Oh, fuck yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're doing the same shit that they do on college campuses, but this time to Israeli Jews in Tel Aviv. Oh my God. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's so funny. Shame. You are Hamas. Why you not love Israel? Dude, everyone is Hamas. Even Israeli Jews protesting against war crimes. Ehud Olmert, you are Hamas. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh my God, that's so funny.
Busha, shame on you. Shame on you. You know what they're saying? Starvation is...
We should fatten the gun.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Bro, you're Korean. What the fuck? What? Bro, who got you involved? What the hell? Yeah, yo. Hey, yo. Who brought blood? Who? What the fuck? What is happening, dude?
We should fatten the gun.
Yeah.
He's like a British Korean dude. What the? Oops. It's the Israeli tourists shaming Japanese Gaza protesters, but in reverse somehow. Damn, bro. Damn. Turns out everyone was right. Israel is an incredibly diverse nation. Fascists from all around the world can come and enjoy the ethnic cleansing campaign and the apartheid state. It seems it's time for me to say, my bad. The diversity is amazing. This is a new type of guy that I did not think existed. Okay?
Fatten them up like pigs and slaughter. Yes!
Wait, what? She wants to eat them? She says, yes. We should fatten them up like pigs and then slaughter them. Lady, your fucking child is in front of you next to your British Korean husband. What is going on here? It's like Holocaust Disney? Yeah, literally.
לכו תראו את כל אלה שנרצחו, יא חתיכת זבלים, אתם עם עזה, יא חתיכת בוגדים, זה מה שאתם, אין לכם בושה, חתיכת מסכנים עלובים.
אנחנו נהרוג את כולם, עד שלא יהיה להם אורז.
Bro, you have your child. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Seeing the fucking internal resistance within Israel to like the 11 people that are protesting against Israel's actions on the basis of the humanity of Palestinians has been so eye-opening.
I understand the psychology of what is going on. I understand that people are mainly exposed to stories of Jewish grief, of Jewish loss since October 7, and that's all around us. If you walk down the street, there are photos of hostages everywhere. And if you open the television, you know, there are stories coming out from October 7. And the government manipulates that in order to push its own agendas and continue the war.
Alma Muhammad, which means her father's name was Muhammad Abu Tayyar. She was here and not anymore. And she was killed in Abasan al-Bire in May 7, 2025. And then they take the picture from here to the protest. So every day I have to collect the data from resources that I trust and write it down, organize it, and then upload it on our website. So it's a lot of work. There's a lot of dance around denial, and people try to shut the cracks that are already happening in the wall of denial.
What does it mean for you to print these images out and hold them in the streets of Tel Aviv?
Honoring their existence. I feel that taking responsibility in our deeds is the first step towards change.
I do feel that there is a change. Perhaps people are starting to...
I'm not gonna lie, this is new. This is new shit. Okay? Straight up. Like, Israelis protesting simply on the grounds that like Palestinian children are being slaughtered is still incredibly limited within Israeli society, but it is new and it's good. There needs to be way more numbers of people like this.
To look beyond their own grief and realizing the
Not all
magnitude of what
incels
we've
hate
done in
women.
Gaza.
Also, you said the J word many times. What's the J word? Not all incels hate women. What? What the hell is going on, bro? What's the J word? A job? I don't get why people would voluntarily say that they're incel. I will never understand that. That's a new kind of insanity for me.
And maybe now things are starting to click for people, perhaps. Like maybe people are connecting the dots. I guess I feel something close to hope when I see actions like that growing and creating ripples. But on a large scale, when you're looking at the level of destruction in Gaza, like how many people have been affected by it, it's very hard to feel hope.
A group of activists are attempting to break through the Gaza blockade by sea, but will they make it? 12 people aboard the Medellin.
We already covered that. Hi. God gave us Israel, all of it, along the Green Line. Possession in the West Bank eclipses even the Jim Crow era is also, like, imagine, so think about it this way, right? You have incredibly important moments throughout Black history in America, like incredibly violent moments, right? Not just like lynch mobs, not just the Klan, but like the Tulsa Massacre, right? Tulsa Massacre is like more violent than the average the version of like white supremacist violence that Black people were subjected to. The West Bank is thousands of Tulsa massacres. It's not just like sundown towns that are designed around like a paramilitary holding things together and holding like a racial pecking order, but instead it's like you can't be a Palestinian and drive on roads. Like you have a different license plate. You know what I mean? You have a different license plate. You can't go to certain parts of the city, many parts of the city. It's entirely partitioned by illegal settlements. Why are we playing Oppression Olympics? We're not. I'm using an example that Americans can comprehend to show the fucking severity. Jim Crow era was a sliding scale of bad depending on local, but yeah, the worst of Jim Crow is eclipsed the worst of the West Bank easily. Yeah. No, fuck you mean don't compare. I will fucking compare. I will goddamn compare. And you need to wake the fuck up to the reality if you think that this is hurting your fucking feelings, okay? That's insane. And no Black academic that has seen the depravity of Israel's actions in the West Bank would disagree with me. As a matter of fact, I've spoken to two very prominent Black thinkers, Ta-Nehisi Coates and Mark Lamont Hill, who absolutely agree with me. In the sliding scale of violence, it's not even comparable. The crazy libbed-up take here that chatter had Black people nowadays are assumed by hogs and such to be more violent, prone to crime, failure by supposed laziness, etc. Islamophobia virtually dictates that everyone who fits in the crosshair is a potential terrorist. There was literally a time a family member told me not to speak Hebrew when going into an Arab taxi driver's car in Israel, by the way. This is an Israeli chatter talking about Palestinian citizens of Israel. Like a non-Jewish person with an Israeli citizenship driving a fucking taxi cab. It's insane. Like it's literally like a nation of David Dukes. Does that make sense? Like it's not. No, it happened overseas, but family member was Israeli. Oh. This will drive you crazy, but it will get the point across. Oh, I already watched this. We just watched this earlier. Rain in LA messing with the internet? Probably. chatter's thinking you're saying Jim Crow wasn't as bad and not Jim Crow was very bad. Now imagine being that worse. Exactly. That's why I say as this chatter also correctly points out, the closest comparison, the closest analog in history to this is Nazi Germany. Like, it is 100% Nazi Germany. And this time it's all in fucking 4K, unfolding in front of everyone's eyes. Here, Matt Bernstein made a video about the anti-Semitism panic. Here comes the chorus of pick-me Jews that downplay anti-Semitism for social clout. 95% of Jews are always scared, but somehow leftists will always find people like this to elevate as the official narrative. Matt, if you downplay every instance of anti-Semitism, what do you think you're going to end up with? A safe space for anti-Semitism. According to FBI's 2023 data, there were 1,832 reported anti-Jewish hate crime incidents in the United States, marking a 63% increase from the previous year, and the highest number recorded since the FBI began tracking such data. These incidents accounted for 68% of all religion-based hate crimes, despite Jewish Americans comprising only about 2% of the U.S. population. I haven't watched Matt's video, but now I kind of want to watch it. I mean, it's an hour and 20 minutes long. What did Matt's response? I ain't reading all that. Free Palestine. Ethan Klein targets yet another content creator for harassment, repeats the claim that anti-Semitism has skyrocketed and neglects the fact that statistics are achieved by counting pro-Palestine protests as anti-Semitic. Well, part of the reason why he... Little Mermaid. Oh, I love these videos. Part of the reason why it's because it's an hour and 20 minutes long. It's too long.
You should not start.
It's too long.
Making Miss Rachel your target, because if you make people in America choose between abandoning Miss Rachel and supporting Hamas, everyone is going to choose Hamas.
Hello. Yeah. It's basically all about, I suspect it's all about like perceived victimhood and Lizzie Sowetsky, the MAGA housewife who cried anti-Semitism, perceived victimhood, liberals doing it, CNN and liberal Zionism. I'm joining the war. I'm Miss Rachel on the side of Miss Rachel. Project Esther, a plan to combat anti-Semitism written by anti-Semites. Christian Zionism is the craziest thing I've ever heard of. Trump doesn't care about Jews like at all. How do we actually combat anti-Semitism? I recommend you guys go watch it and show it some love. They don't even mention Ethan. It's so crazy. He still came for them. Yeah, because he is a fucking Hasbara monster. Okay? That's it. That's it. He will actively try to claim that he doesn't care about Israel or say, oh, Israel's doing a genocide. But also, if you actually, even for a brief moment, criticize Israel, I will try to get you deplatformed. I will make my army of ugly clothes wearing, Teddy Fresh loving white ladies who live in the fucking suburbs who want to sip their beverages from those fucking tall vestibules, whatever the fuck they're called. I will sick them on you, and they will find out where you work. Okay, they will find out where you work, and they will try to get you fired. Stanley Cups, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you. There's a couple different reasons for why anti-Jewish hate crime incidents have increased in the United States. Part of that is because of obviously what the ADL suggests is a hate crime, which now means saying free Palestine in the vicinity of someone who is pro-Israel, Jewish or not. But also, the other reason is because, yes, people fucking associate Israel with Jews. Partially because of the likes of ADL and every other fucking person with institutional prominence going on mainstream media and being like, this is for the Jews. This is for the Jews. If you hate if you hate the child murder that is unfolding every day with your tax dollars, you must hate Jews. Jews love the child murder. How dare you? Also, there is no child murder. If you say that there is child murder, if you saw a video where a child was murdered by Israeli rockets, then that must mean you hate Jews. That's it. So yeah, dumb fuck Americans will look at that and go, okay, well, I guess all Jews love this shit. Fuck. Like, what do you mean?
We're going to have the Messiah. We're going to have the...
Notice how he never went after the Choppa boys for making fun of him. It's because he can't get them fired from anything. Well, he can't get me fired from anything either. But that doesn't stop him from fucking constantly coming after me. I think he's just like genuinely afraid of Felix Biederman. I think he is like, listen. He only goes after targets that he can either A, get fired from a position or a job, or B, targets that aren't Jewish, okay? So that he can just like lean into the same fucking narratives that persist in American society, like Islamophobia, women, shitting on women, you know what I mean? Women are basically Muslim at this point for American society in terms of like how much they hate these individual groups. So like he rarely goes after someone who is a man and also Jewish. He went after Matt because Matt had a job that he could get him fired from in his mind. Before you say, oh, well, Matt is Jewish and a man, because Matt works for Good Mythical Morning. That's why I said the only people he goes after are, if he's going to go after a Jewish man, it's going to be a Jewish man that has a job that he can fucking fire them for him. Okay? That's it. He never actually goes after... What is this?
Thanks.
He mentioned me at Forbes again. Okay, nobody cares. This is Forbes breaking news. It has 1,000 views. I don't give a shit. What he wants to get a reaction at people, and Hasan will always get baited and react to what he says. The Choppa boys would just make fun of him and his wife. No, that is the reaction. He could actually generate so much fucking victimhood if Felix were to actually go after Ethan. Oh my God, he would just like constantly fucking cry about how vicious Felix is. He's genuinely terrified. Yeah, I mean, look, the greatest example is fucking Daniel Mate. That's Matt Lieb's co-host. Why doesn't he go after Daniel Mate? Daniel Mate is also Jewish. Matt Lieb is also Jewish. Why does he go after Matt Lieb but not Daniel Mate? The reason why is because Matt Lieb has a job, okay? When you defend Israel, you turn into the canary mission automatically. I don't know what happens, but just like it breaks your brain so much that you literally turn into the canary mission. Every individual that loves defending Israel, at the end of the day, turns into a fucking canary mission operation. No, not because... No, Ethan Klein doesn't know who fucking Gabor Mate is, chatter. What are you, crazy? Or knows... Even if he knows who Gabor Mate is, he definitely does not know who Daniel Mate's relation to Gabor Mate is, okay? No, that's not the reason. It's because Daniel Mate does not have a job that Ethan can try to actively petition to get him fired from. That's it. That's it. That's all this is. He don't know shit. It's just pure resentment and pure spite because, again, it turns you into a fucking hog, okay? Israel is a hog nation, and you become a fucking hog fascist when you defend the hog fascist nation and its hog fascist ethnic cleansing campaign. People of Palestine always look and talk so normal, and every single Israeli sounds like a fascist, bloodthirsty monster when they start speaking. I know. It's weird. It's almost like there's historic parallels here, I think. What? Canada investigates dual nationals in Israeli army over Gaza war crimes? I don't believe this. What? 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 The RCMP? What the fuck? Wait. It is conducting the probe under Canada's Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Program? Oh my God. Marks Carney. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I take back every bad thing I've ever fucking said. Hebrew language media reported the news is triggering strong reactions within Jewish and Israeli communities in Canada, marking the first time such an investigation has been initiated by the Canadian government. Okay, this is too good to be true. This is too good to be true, okay? I'm sorry, this is too fucking good to be true. They will assassinate Marks Carney, okay? I will pray at the altar of Marks Carney. Holy fuck. JD Pont Carney is real? Marks Carney was real? Marks Carney, more like Max Carnage. What the hell? Oh my God, my strongly worded letter worked. I guess it did. The police service told the Star it launched the investigation in early 2024. Someone made a list of IDF soldiers in Canada. Here are the names of the Canadians that have served in the Israeli military at any point in their lives. This project defines Canadian as someone who's a Canadian citizen and or has lived in Canada for a significant amount of time and or currently lives in Canada. Click on any of the names below. The RCMP is now looking into the war crimes related to the situation in Gaza. I'm confident they aren't looking into Hamas. They're looking into Israel. Who could be a Hamas militant that has made it out of the Gaza Strip and gone into Canada? What are you saying? Like, is it the fucking double amputee 3-year-old? Is that who you want to prosecute as Hamas? Like, what are you talking about? Who do you think is let out of the Gaza Strip after endless amounts of bribery or because, like, they're a 3-year-old whose legs have been blown off, okay? Also, Canada will welcome Hamas and Islamic Jihad with open arms under the Islamo-Gauchism policies of Marks Carney. Clearly, it's not Canada, it's Hamasada, okay? Le Wokism and Le Islamo-Gauchism has overtaken Canada, clearly, okay? Mark Al-Qarni, leader of the Al-Qassam Brigades. Oh my God. Foundation for dick riding Benjamin Netanyahu. Foundation for Defense of Democracies. We're being treated like criminals. Canadian police announced investigation into dual nationals serving with the IDF. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Okay, this is, again, too good to be true. 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 It's too good to be true. But I am hearing confirmed reports that Marks Carney said the Shahada as a matter of fact, and found the light of Allah, it seems. Oh my God, it's too good to be true. There's no fucking way. There's no way. There's no way, bro. There's no fucking way. Met police assessing reports accusing Britons of war crimes in Gaza. Yeah, that's not going to happen. The Met police will treat this assessment like they do with instances of horrifying sexual assaults. Okay? As in, they will turn a blind eye to it. What? Vernon woman, one of 85 Canadian Jews listed on the website for Israeli Forces service. I suspect that she didn't actually serve in the IDF. Is that what they're saying? Goldstein, 56, a Canadian dual citizen who was born in Vancouver but lived in Israel about 14 years and hasn't lived in Israel for almost 30 years. She served in the Israeli military from 18 to 30, and at the same time, she was the only woman serving. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought she was in the fucking Israeli occupying force for 12 years as an elite commando brigade instructor. Excuse me. What the fuck are you saying? At first I was like, there's no way. Like, maybe she's just like too old. Maybe she didn't actually, maybe it's like the issue with BDS sometimes is like, or not BDS, but the fear that a lot of people have, a lot of Jews have about BDS is that like, oh, they're going to start targeting like all Jewish businesses that have nothing to do with Israel, which is a fair fear to have, right? Okay. And then I thought the article was going to present itself as like, you know, this random Jewish woman in Canada who's never been to Israel is being falsely smeared as an IDF war criminal. It turns out she wasn't just the IDF war criminal. She was educating the next generation. However, recent publication of her name and details have her feeling targeted. In February, digital news publication has been highly critical of Israel since the country's war in Hamas broke out. Posted a website of 85 Jewish Canadians who are currently serve or previously served in the IDF. Goldstein is proud of her military service and makes no effort to hide it. Read the rest of that tweet, brother. You didn't read the best part. Oh, this tweet. Where was it? We can't fill a fucking pothole in this country, but we got endless resources to investigate the Jews. I mean, they ain't wrong. The Canadians have real issues with potholes, but I think that's more of a consequence of how bad the weather is. She's like, I'm very proud of training the next generation that murdered children in the elite commando unit. You know how in Inglourious Basterds they asked, would you take your uniform off after the war? It's just, I gotta, you know what? I'm gonna visit Canada now that they are, now that Canada is woke. Like, it wasn't even that she like did a mandatory stint when she was briefly in Israel or something. Like, she was the elite commando training unit. And which, by the way, if there was an investigation that was conducted into her, okay, and her actions, because this is just a list of people who have served in the IDF. If there were to be an investigation into her, I doubt that the Canadian government would literally fucking say that she has contributed prosecutable war crimes or anything like that. Why'd she go back to Canada? I thought Israel was a safe haven. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. Everyone's like, oh, we wouldn't be safe. We would not be safe if it wasn't for Israel. But also, I just hate living in Israel for some reason. Like, we wouldn't be safe if it wasn't for Israel, because all all of the most annoying people that I would otherwise have to live around end up living in Israel instead, and I don't want them as my neighbors. That's what her attitude is. She's like, I went there, I hated it, okay? Not great. Food, dog shit. Couldn't stand it. Had to come back to Canada. But also, it's cool. It's cool. Just like... I do not want to listen to psytrance music. I promise you, you don't either, okay? If Israel does not exist, not a single Jew would be safe, because everyone that's in Israel, let's say, left Israel and came to America or Canada, we would all be forcibly listening to psytrance music, and you do not want that. You literally do not want Israeli techno. You would not be able to survive a day with Israeli techno blaring through speakers, okay? So many people wearing capri pants.
New video shows the moment Ukraine claims it detonated a powerful bomb under a key Russian bridge to Crimea. The attack comes hours after peace talks between the two countries fell apart. Meanwhile, Russia's launching new strikes of its own. Ukraine's military says at least 7 people are dead and close to 50 are injured in the latest attacks in Ukraine. Let's bring in ABC's Patrick Reevell and ABC News contributor, national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy.
Oh, this is old.
Patrick, what's the latest on these new attacks?
This is old. I've started working out again. Went into a depression after my time in the IDF was up. Now I'm finally getting back to myself. One time when I was in the IDF, a Hamas boy, maybe 7 years old, called me Samin. Terrorist talk for fat. It's always has affected me and stay with me. I think this is a meme, right? Because like it's the account is called Save Sheikh Jarrah, and it's not. I think this is the OG account, yeah. Because I remember this post when it was first posted. Save Sheikh Jarrah is like making fun of this person. Acts of anti-Semitism are never forgotten, but I'm glad I'm working out again to regain my confidence. Terrorist talk for fat. Samin. Russia's demands at the conference were crazy. Total annexation of all 4 oblasts, demobilization of the Ukrainian army, making Russian official language. There's total maximalism. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that like Ukraine trying to cause penalties to Russia at this stage is not all that fucking crazy.
Hi, Dan. Yeah, as you say, Ukraine's security service has now released this video showing what it says is a powerful explosive device detonating under this bridge that Russia built to Crimea. The explosion, apparently, according to Ukraine, from an explosive device that was more than 1,000 kilos of TNT. Now, it's unclear how much damage has been done to this bridge. Ukraine also posted a picture showing the road top, which appeared not to have been particularly damaged, but Ukraine claiming that the struts of the bridge underwater were badly damaged.
What? Jeffrey Sachs disagrees with you? What is Jeffrey Sachs' take on it? That like it's valid to give 4 additional oblasts to Russia that Russia hasn't even actually militarily overtook?
Russia so far has not spoken publicly about it at all. The bridge was closed for at least 2 hours, but in just the last few minutes, they're saying that they have now reopened it. But clearly, there seems to be an attempt by Ukraine to continue another spectacular attack following that surprise and stunning.
Just saw your Hezbollah flag take. Now that's some dick riding, and I support ending the genocide. What do you mean? Do you think you were the biggest Alex Jones fan? He's gone full circle. Well, first of all, you've admitted that you are an Alex Jones fan. So I think... Oh, on Fear and? Yeah, I said the Hezbollah flag is the coolest flag. The top LSF pose? Nice. I stand by that. What? You got an issue with that? Yes, I think the Hezbollah flag is is one of the cooler looking flags. Wait, let's see. Let me show you here. Angola has a very cool one as well. Where is it? This is what they're mad about. The funny part is Osman Gold's criticism of you was the flag wasn't that great. He wouldn't know what a fucking cool looking flag looks like if it hit him in the face. Yeah, Mozambique's OG revolutionary flag was sick too. Yeah, well, that one also has a fucking AK on it. Look at this shit, dude. I mean, come on, brother. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Open image in new tab. And a hoe. Hardest flag in existence. Okay, that's fire. Holy shit. Tamil Elam flag. God damn. Okay. That's fire. That's pretty cool too. I understand the sentiment from a vexillology standpoint. It's ass. Oh my God. Don't fucking... Dude, I do not care. Okay? I think vexillology nerds are unfucking bearable, dude. These flags are goddamn undefeated. Are you kidding me? Flag perverts are unbearable. They have no vision for design. They have no eye for anything. Wales is obviously a fire one too. But like vexillology nerds have no interest. They want to literally make everything boring and banal. It is so annoying. If they touch my goddamn California state flag with the bear on it, I will lose my mind. Okay? Vexillology fans want everything to look so corporate. They want every single thing to look like corporate Memphis font, but instead flag design. It doesn't make any sense. This is from a comic book. I read this. Or wait, no, this is from Fallout, not a comic book. This is New California Republican from Fallout. There was a comic book that had a similar design to this. I mistook it. Fake Fallout fan. Man, shut up. I played it fucking years ago. Suck my dick. Don't give me a CGP Grey. Do not fucking send me a CGP Grey video. Vexillology fans are called vexillophiles. Thought you'd like to know. Corporate Memphis isn't a font, it's a design style. Signed a design nerd. Yeah, okay. Corporate Memphis is a design style. That's what people want. Like, what is the argument that like I said the Hezbollah flag is cool? It's like not allowed. Is that what it is? Is that what the people are upset about? From Kick's new streamer, welcome to the Kick family, Asmongold. Is that what's going on? Hasan shows his favorite flag 2 hours ago. Dude, LSF is now all Kick clips. What the fuck? Oh my lordy. Oh my lord. Oh, I got another hit on here. I didn't even realize. Let's see what they're fucking freaking out about. Not just edgelord behavior, but legitimately concerning. Hezbollah is literally designated as a terrorist organization by numerous countries. Ugh.
Let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag? Yeah. Hezbollah. Look it up.
Oh.
I'm not even kidding. It's actually...
Even Will is like, oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
he's doing...
Even Will. Man, don't you fucking dare bring up Will Neff in this conversation. Oh, I can't even watch this. Oh my God. Even Will. Welcome to the Kick family blood wall. Yeah. Best summer, the Kick move. Oh, I saw this. Welcome to the Kick family tech tone. What is this? Yo, Hasan, can I come to LA and play basketball? The rapist streaming platform. Are your hate watchers Patreon subs? I guess. I don't know. Was that in the Patreon? Or was that in the non-Patreon, non-paywalled episode? Wait, my haters are now in the fucking Patreon giving me money? Oh my Lord. Brother, make your haters your waiters at the table of success. Eric Adams, Hasan Piker. I have made my haters my biggest customers. That is amazing. Thank you. They had to pay me to hate me better. That's awesome. And not just me, but March, Cutie, Will Neff, Austin Show. Oh my God. Welcome to the Kick family. As we go, shit has signed with butt. This kind of stuff makes me happy because it reminds me that like there are still fucking normal people out there. You know what I mean? Like when I see something like this go viral, I'm like, oh, okay. So like it's not welcome Hitler to the Nazi party. It was the YouTube episode, not the Patreon episode. Oh, bummer. Oh, I saw this one too. Twitch has the opportunity to do the funniest thing. Holy fuck, 95,000 likes. That's crazy. It was Patreon. It's pretty funny that your haters are just now brigading for Iran. Surely not a coincidence that they only started because you talked about the pod on stream a couple weeks ago. Surely they didn't just learn about his existence. I mean, what? Who gives a shit? They're brigading my fucking podcast. My podcast as a cooperatively owned. Speaking of my podcast, March just walked in. They're brigading my cooperatively owned podcast. They end up what? What do they think? They can fire me from my own fucking cooperatively owned podcast? What the fuck? They're like, oh, if we yell enough, they will fire Hasan from Fear Ann. Cutie Cinderella, Will Neff, Austin Show, and March will come together to fire. They're infecting all the clip channels. There are comments on Cutie's clip channel about how they should kick you off the pod because you're a poisonous terror supporter. It's shot in my house, man. The podcast. The podcast is shot in my fucking house. I said this was Asmongold's house, but people have pointed out that this room is literally cleaner than his. I mean, they did a recent ep without you there. I know. It's cool. Because maybe I'll just like secretly leave the pod and still collect the fucking revenue without having to work. They can still film it in my house too. 5D chess moves. I do genuinely see these people bombarding Cutie's comments as well as Ludwig's for whatever reason. Why do you guys read YouTube comments? I don't read YouTube comments. I don't understand. All that does, when someone leaves a comment on a YouTube video, all that does is just like push the YouTube video in the algorithm. These guys are unironically helping. ADL's been a massive joke for years. ADL ran harder and faster defense for Musk after his salutes and then Fox News. That's pretty much what you need to know about their interest in addressing anti-Semitism. Damn, okay. People are still fucking shitting on the ADL. That's good. We're really posting shit from the ADL and Fox News on here now. Well, technically it's from Hasan's stream of it. This whole sub is nosedived into the far-right pipeline. Hasan is the scapegoat. It is kind of crazy that so many people who fucking despise the ADL from their early attacks against like Pepe or whatever the fuck are now turning around and defending ADL because the ADL is coming after me, which is strange. I don't fully understand it. Like all of these people that made a living constantly shitting on cancel culture and free speech, like defending free speech, have all officially turned around and are full blown in support of cancel culture and also undermining free speech. There's people whose ADL hate was born from the PewDiePie controversy now becoming their biggest stans. Yeah. New York City mayor's race tightens. Discussing abomination. Musk blasts Trump's agenda bill.
On Capitol Hill, Donald Trump's agenda, the big, beautiful bill, is facing a critical test. Can Republicans make enough changes to get the bill through the Senate without making so many changes that it dies when it goes back to the House? Republican leaders have imposed a July 4th deadline on themselves, so they've given themselves just 1 month to get this bill to the president's desk. And considering just how big the bill is and that it's not quite beautiful enough for all of the Republicans in the Senate, that timeline is, shall we say, ambitious.
We're going through a lot of changes right now, but we want the House to recognize their bill when it actually comes back.
There's probably 53 Republican senators would like to see some changes. This bill passed the House by 1 vote.
I doubt gaming's going to happen. March is here. They're going to do the podcast in. No, March is just here to bring some of my stuff back. That he graciously put in his bag.
And whatever changes we
including
make,
the
it's
Kaya
got to
thing.
go back there for approval.
We've got, as you know, a lot of our members who would like to see more in terms of spending cuts. But in the end, it's all about the math. And it's what gets us 51 in the Senate and what gets us 218 in the House.
So that, of course, was Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Let's do that math. He can only afford to lose 3 Republican votes.
No, the Kaya stand broke. Kaya didn't break. Kaya, please. Murad, do you have super glue? Can we glue this? Okay, bro, there's more than 3 pieces. There's a piece that's missing. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. Oh, no. The bottom broke. You broke it? No, March did. And March broke it, chat. Calm down. I didn't break it. Everyone blame March, please. Oh, no. People are unsubbing from the Fear Iron podcast as we speak. It was not a good shape for travel. It would have needed special packing. I know. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to fix it. At least the real Kaya is alive and not broken. Even though she basically is fucking broken. M. Potter, you can definitely epoxy that shit. No, I can do Gorilla Glue. I'm going to Gorilla Glue it. Well, by me, I mean Murat's going to Gorilla Glue it. Kaya. That's crazy. Whenever there's a lot of movement happening in the house, Kaya wants to go and take a look, take a closer look. She's the mayor.
Already, 4 GOP senators have said they're not on board.
Okay.
Math is it's so simple, I will do it on television. A half a dozen more Republicans appear to be on the fence here. So why is that? For many of them, it is the budget analysis that says that the bill would cut billions from Medicaid while adding trillions to the national debt. One of these holdouts, the Kentucky Senator Rand Paul.
I like that all of the outspoken holdouts are mad, with the exception of Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley is mad because he needs to be a fake populist. And in an effort to be a fake populist, he's like, oh, you're cutting Medicare. I don't like it. But the other guys are mad because it's not cutting enough from the working poor. And Josh Hawley is not even like real mad. He's just like fake concerned. He will gladly vote for that, okay? The rest of them think that the Medicaid cuts are not enough.
While adding trillions to the national debt. One of these holdouts, the Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, of course, finds himself at the center of Donald Trump's attention, not always a positive thing. The president writing this online, quote, Rand votes no on everything, but never has any practical or constructive ideas. His ideas are actually crazy. Parentheses, losers, exclamation.
He's saying this is a big growth bill. Trump is on abundance. Trump got on the abundance mindset, chat, clearly.
Point. End quote. Senator Paul later told reporters that he wants to vote yes on the bill. But
conservative Republicans vote for this, there is no conservative opposition. There is no, they will own it. The debt will be owned by the Republicans. It's no more pointing fingers at the Democrats and saying, oh, they're the big spenders. It'll be all on Republican shoulders.
Okay, so all of that unfolding this morning through lunchtime. And then comes this afternoon. Elon Musk entered the chat. The now former Doge head taking to his platform, formerly known as Twitter, writing this, quote, I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. He said, shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. All right, our panel is here, and we're also joined by CNN's Manu Raju, who's...
Elon is another outsider who thinks it's too much spending.
Live for us on Capitol Hill. Manu, Elon Musk is not the first person to present the content in that post about a bill that adds trillions of dollars to the national debt. He sounds like a lot of Republicans that I've covered, you've covered probably in your time on the Hill. However, we are in different times, and it's a pretty remarkable statement from someone who is as close as he is to President Donald Trump. What has been the reaction from the Hill in the hours since that tweet came out?
It's completely scrambled the politics up here. Democrats cheering this. Chuck Schumer coming out to his weekly press conference touting this post by Elon Musk. Hakeem Jeffries, a Democratic leader, doing the same thing. Republicans, on the other hand, pushing back, including the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who I caught up with in the immediate aftermath of that post. He told me that he has spoken at length with Musk yesterday, and he said that he had tried to explain to Musk the virtues of the bill, and he also suggested that Musk perhaps could be driven in part by his opposition because the bill would call for the elimination of certain tax incentives for electric vehicles. And of course, Elon Musk owns Tesla.
Elon is missing it, okay? And it's not personal. I know that the EV mandate, very important to him, that is going away because the government should not be subsidizing these things. But for him to come out and pan the whole bill is
hell yeah, baby, fight. Fight, baby, fight. The EV mandate is going away. Why is the government subsidizing electric vehicles?
To me, just very disappointing, very surprising.
All of a sudden, they are reminded of the conflict of interest. No issues there when they let this disgusting monster, this disgusting billionaire, put his grotesque penis in every orifice of the federal regulatory agencies that were in the process of investigating his numerous companies. You know, but now he's like, oh, well, you don't want our big, beautiful bill. I hate this. You're doing a conflict of interest, sir.
In light of the conversation I had with him yesterday.
And I asked Johnson whether or not he is, in fact...
The Democratic Party's brilliant policies unfolding, which is to basically become such a non-issue, such a non-entity that you are left to make Republicans fight amongst themselves over how much of the working poor must die. Is it 2% of the working poor that must be melted for biomatter, or is it 5% of the working poor that must be melted for biomatter? Of course, they will be melted. Make no mistake. Great stuff from the Democrats overall. Fantastic work. Thank you so much. The Republicans have presented endless opportunities for attack, endless openings for attack over and over again. And the Democrats have no vision whatsoever and no interest in actually pushing for a grand design for a future America that somehow will be better than the not so distant past. So, for that reason, they're just keeping fucking quiet. Unless it's Chuck Schumer chirping about nuking Iran, in which case the Democrats don't keep quiet when they should. Yeah, I saw this as well. We have the lamest opposition in American history. J.D. Vance is right. I can't believe I'm saying this. The lamest guy in the United States of America unironically had a true take about the fucking Democrats. I will never forgive the Democrats for this crime. This is a worse crime than anything that they could have ever contributed to. They do have the lamest opposition in history. And of course, who better to recognize how lame the opposition is than the lamest person in the Republican Party? Real recognize real, and lame recognize lame. What a horrible disaster.
Accusing Musk of attacking this bill because of his ownership of Tesla. He said, quote, I'm going to let others draw their own conclusions about that. But there are significant concerns among Senate Republicans about the potential impact on the debt and deficits. The House-passed bill, according to the Congressional Budget Office, would add nearly $4 trillion to deficits over the next several years. And that is something that some conservative Republican senators have raised concerns about, including one senator, Utah Republican John Curtis, who told me earlier today that he has significant concerns about the debt.
The deficit in the House bill, according to CBO, would raise it by a few $1 trillion. Is that concerning?
It's hugely concerning to me. And if you look at the House bill, just to simplify it a little bit, we're going to spend in the next 10 years about $20 trillion more than the revenue we bring in, and they're cutting $1.5 trillion out of $20 trillion. Most of us wouldn't do that in our businesses, in our homes, and we certainly do it in the state of Utah. And so that's a big concern to me.
He went on to tell me that there will be a significant amount of work that still needs to be done in order for him to support this plan. And that's what I'm hearing from a lot of Republican senators, Casey. They want a lot of changes, but the Senate Majority Leader John Thune wants to push this through, get this through the Senate and onto the president's desk by July 4th. And that would require a lot of compromise within his own conference, because right now people are digging in and taking their positions and hoping ultimately the leadership listens to their concerns.
When you started this off saying the politics have been scrambled, that's your headline for today, our banner on the bottom. Manu Raju, thank you, as always, for your great reporting. Our panel joins us now, CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams, national political reporter for The Washington Post, Sabrina Rodriguez, Democratic strategist Adrian Elrod, and CNN senior political commentator Scott Jennings. Welcome to all of you. Thank you all for being here. Scott Jennings, we've got a new tweet just in from Elon Musk. You look excited. So he writes this, quote, in November next year, we fire all politicians who betrayed the American people. He's quote tweeting someone who, we'll figure out exactly what these other things are that he's criticizing him for. And this also coming as CNN is reporting here that White House officials are telling CNN that they were surprised by Elon Musk's scathing criticism on Tuesday.
Yes.
Were you, Scott Jennings, surprised? And it does seem to scramble the politics.
I wasn't surprised because I had spoken to him about what was motivating his service in Washington a few weeks ago, and he told me he's here to try to make America not go bankrupt. I mean, this is on his mind. We have a $36 trillion debt, and
he's having a hard time dick eating. He's like, whose dick can I be eating right now? He's like, on the one hand, I'm servile to the interests of billionaires. On the other hand, I'm servile to the interests of Donald Trump. So now that my daddies are fighting, I don't know whose cock to gobble on.
It should be on all of our minds. So that's number one. Number two, I don't think that we're done with the bill yet.
Poor Scott. Tough choice for him.
I mean, as you know, and as the reporting says, lots of changes are going to have to be made in the Senate to get it out of the Senate. And then those will have to be reconciled. The reconciliation will have to be reconciled with the House. And more changes still may come. I guess I want multiple things. I want the president to get his agenda. And the agenda, the core part of this, and the thing that is not negotiable is the extension and making permanent the tax cuts, investment in border security, energy deregulation, the biggest welfare reform in recent history. I mean, these are non-negotiable, I think, to the president because it's what he ran on. But the Republicans should listen here to Elon when it comes to the national debt. We have work to do on this. We have governing responsibility. And maybe it doesn't come in this bill, but the rescissions packages to come and our other work to come here, getting a handle on a $36 trillion debt is not going to be easy, but it is necessary because this is not sustainable.
Yeah, Adrienne Elrod, I mean, this has put Chuck Schumer on the same side as Elon Musk.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought that would have happened? Look, a couple of things. I don't really know at the end of the day how many people are going to be impacted by Elon Musk, tweeting that he doesn't support this bill. I mean, he's deeply unpopular among Democrats. He's certainly waning or less popular among Republicans.
What do you think? Is this bill happening? I don't think so, but who knows? Who knows at this point, chat? I don't know. I mean, they did actually push through the last tax cut when Donald Trump was president, and that was also hastily slapped together. The thing is, it's got funds for Israel in it. And you got to remember, Democrats don't necessarily care about melting the poor either. But they do care about giving Israel money. So on the one hand, it's like, what are you expecting the Democrats to actually fucking fight for SNAP benefits for 3 to 7 year olds? Probably not going to happen. So I don't know. If we get the big, beautiful bill, it'd be crazy, but maybe we get it through Democratic support. I don't know.
He's out of Washington now. I think Mike Johnson actually was right. He said he's concerned about this bill because it doesn't have the tax credits for the EVs, and that's going to affect his industry. So I think that's one category. But look, at the end of the day, Scott, here's the bottom line.
Isn't that political suicide for Dems? I mean, I feel like half of them are dead already. 6 of them literally died. Half of them are already basically in a vegetative state. I don't think they give a shit. I think it's a dead party. Look at their approval ratings. Like, they seemingly don't care about fixing their popularity problem. I genuinely don't think that they care about becoming popular again or like winning elections. It feels like they will work to reduce their base of support. I think they'll work to reduce their base of support while simultaneously still like being the marginally better party, and we'll try to ride on that forever. The Bank of Israel invests about a quarter of its relatively large stock of reserves in Europe, which a freeze would make unavailable for their financial stabilization function and could in time be put towards any compensation due to Palestinians. Did the Financial Times write this? Oh my God. It is in Europe's interest to put sanctions on Israel. Limiting trade, travel, and freezing foreign reserves will show the EU is willing to act independently to the U.S. I think Americans would nuke France if that were to happen. Financial Times has been pro-Hamas since the beginning, to be fair. The non-Cuomo candidates have kept going to AOC for an endorsement. She has kept telling them to come to her with a coordinated strategy between them for how to beat him. Some in frustration have told her she doesn't get how politics works. What? I don't believe this. It's from Edward Isaac Dover. I don't believe this. I think people are just basically making up stories about AOC's non-endorsement up until this moment. I suspect that in the upcoming days, you'll probably hear AOC endorsement of Zoran. I don't think it's copium. I think that the reason for why, look, we can disagree on whether or not it was smart of her to hold off until this very moment for maximum impact, or rather, if it was actually fucking presented ahead of time, what kind of help that would have given Zoran. But I think AOC understands New York politics and the importance of like being a lesser known entity while being able to freely do your ground game and establish a base of loyalty. I still think that there is a tactical decision here on national politics, and especially when it comes to foreign policy. I have many disagreements with AOC. I have many disagreements with AOC on foreign policy, the way she communicates. But on this issue, when it comes to being like an underdog progressive candidate on a socialist slant, I think AOC knows the Democratic establishment and their hurdles, the hurdles that they will present against someone like Zoran if he were to become a known entity too soon, like too far out from the actual election date, actual primary date. And also simultaneously maximum impact. She did this last time around as well. She waited until around this time for maximum impact for her endorsement. And I think that she will endorse Zoran. That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I think in the next couple of days, she will probably come out and endorse Zoran Mamdani. The UAW endorsement just came. What is this? Apparently, Kamala Harris has had to privately reassure people that she isn't supporting Zoran. 33-year-old assemblywoman has become identified enough with the new young left that Ella Emhoff, the stepdaughter of Kamala Harris, endorsed them. But his views are so controversial that the former vice president has had to privately clarify. Yeah, this is Isaac Dover, guys. Of course, he is like there are journalists, in air quotes, in mainstream outlets that I consider to be like Bernie killers. Okay, these are hatchet men. Literally do not listen to a single fucking thing that he wrote. Okay. Edward Isaac Dover is a hatchet man for establishment Dems, and his primary purpose is to character assassinate. Why do you follow him then? What do you mean? Because I love his commentary. I follow my enemies too, dummy. What do you fucking follow policing me? I'm a 33-year-old man. The fuck out of here. I'm a 33-year-old man, and at this point, a 10-year career political commentator. I follow whoever the fuck I want, okay? I follow Donald Trump, too. Anyway. As I was saying, Edward Isaac Dover is a hatchet man for anyone that's like even marginally more progressive than Nancy Pelosi. And that's precisely why I don't place a lot of emphasis in her coverage here. And his framing is like incredibly stupid. Supporter of Israel has become a major issue in New York City's mayor's race. When I asked Zoran Mamdani to clarify if he thought Israel had a right to exist as a Jewish state, an aide tried to stop the interview. Then he didn't answer directly himself. Israel had a right to exist as a Jewish state? What the fuck does that have to do with the New York City mayoral race, man? What are you doing? Like, not even does Israel have a right to exist. Does Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state? You're giving AOC a lot more credit than she deserves. I live in New York City, and Zoran's biggest challenge is name recognition. Yeah, you think I don't fucking know that? I literally interviewed the guy for 3 hours, and that was my primary concern as well. I am obviously aware. That's why I said disagreements can be had here about whether or not AOC's impact would be better served if she were to do an earlier endorsement or if she were to wait until she endorses, but not on whether or not she's going to endorse Zohran Mamdani. I think she is going to endorse Zohran Mamdani. That is what I'm saying. Okay. That's it. This is why they're coming after Zohran. He killed it on MSDNC.
Say, though, to Democrats who look at what we saw in November with Vice President Harris losing, and a lot of the post-game analysis, if you will, was the party had moved.
He is exactly the type of person that the Democratic Party needs right now. You're going to eat your words, brother. She's trying to be the next Pelosi. What? Okay. Okay, guys. Guys, I'm telling you right now, okay? If she doesn't endorse Zohran Mamdani, this laughable statement is correct. But because I know she will endorse Zohran Mamdani, and I hope rank her as first, by the way, because that's also another very important part of this. Okay? You're going to eat your words, brother. She's going to be the next Pelosi. AOC is going to endorse Zohran Mamdani very soon. The Democratic Party needs guys like Zohran Mamdani, okay? They need young talent that are bold, that have a vision, that are ambitious, that want to truly fight for working class Americans. Okay? Will all of you that say AOC is not going to endorse Zohran Mamdani come back here and say, Hasan, I'm eating crow. I am so wrong. Why would I ever doubt you, Lisan al-Gaib? You are the truth sayer. You are the future seer. Will you come in and say that? When she does, in the next couple of days, inevitably endorse Zohran fucking Mamdani. Only if you say it to us, chat, if you're wrong. Yes, I will. If I'm wrong, I will. Trust me. If I'm wrong and AOC doesn't endorse Zohran Mamdani, don't worry. I will be the #1 op. Okay. So there won't be time. There won't be time for me to even apologize because I will be the #1 op. I will be the guy. I will be the guy who says, by the way, I don't know anything. I have not talked to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez about this. I have not talked to her directly. I have not talked to members of her team. This is me purely speculating. I have to repeat this again. This is me purely speculating. Okay? AOC might not end up endorsing him, but she's displaying a major lack of courage and a lack of leadership by waiting others to endorse first. No. The only reason, listen to me. Not only am I certain that she will endorse Zohran Mamdani, I am certain that the reason why she is waiting is because she thinks this is maximum impact. Okay? That's it. It's not because she's too libbed up. It's not because she's afraid. It's not for any other reason. It is because she thinks, personally, with someone who has a better understanding of New York primary, the New York election process, she understands the influence that she holds. Will you stop writing for her then if she doesn't endorse? Fuck yes. 100%. 100%. Are you kidding me? It would be unconscionable. I do not think she will rank Brad Lander as #1. Okay? That will also... That's insane. She will rank Brad Lander as #1 and Zohran #2 on June 19th. Why would waiting be maximum impact? Because you guys are fucking nerds, and so am I. We're all fucking nerds. We're stupid fucking nerds that are laser focused. Dude, I interviewed Zohran Mamdani when he had like 10% in the New York primary race. Do you know how little people knew who the fuck Zohran Mamdani was back then? Only fucking nerds like us are this excited about the New York mayoral primary. Not even the general, because there's another hurdle in the general as well, because the Democratic machine in New York loves rat fucking progressives, and they have done this in the past. So there's a secondary hurdle to clear after the primary. But do you know how fucking little the average person living in fucking New York cares about the New York primary candidates? A lesser known New York mayoral primary candidate who has a scary name. Calm down. You guys oftentimes in this bubble have a false sense of like a false sense of scale and an understanding of like what normal people think. I'm sorry, I might not be nerd enough. Is this not the general mayoral election? No, this is just the primary. Hey, y'all, I'm in the New York City of here in Little Gaza of America. AOC will indeed support Zohran. Also, Hasan of California. Will you be watching the debate tomorrow? Please read my chat. Yes. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez endorses Maya Wiley for New York City mayor. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez's endorsement on Saturday may cement Ms. Wiley as a left-wing standard-bearer in New York City mayoral race, which it did. When was that? When did that happen? Oh my God. It happened on June 5th. Wow. Interesting. Guys, it's in 2021. Yes, I know. I'm using the example of when she endorsed in the past. God damn it. Now, of course, how did that work out is a great question. It didn't. Having said that, it literally fucking boosted her. It boosted her to second place. It boosted her to second place. Since then, AOC has become an even larger figure, an even more popular figure in New York politics. And not only that, but also, or a booster to the third place. Sorry, not second place. If AOC endorses Zohran, number one, within 2 days, I'll give 100 subs. Thank you, join DSA chat. Zohran is already in second place. Okay. Zohran is already in second place. Does third place win you the mayoral election? Oh my God. Oh my, no, she was second place? Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. It elevated her fucking profile. That's my point. It boosted her. Zohran is already in second place within 9 points. Zohran's biggest problem is name recognition. He already has the incredible policies that resonate with fucking New Yorkers. Okay? Think she'll say not to rank Cuomo? Probably. I don't know. Why the fuck would I know? Zoran is already within single digits.
This is a biblical.
Democrats are always talking about we need a liberal Trump. God gave you one and you rebuked him.
So this is a biblical moment. You know, when Jesus was on the cross, he said, God, forgive them, for they know not what they do. All these Negroes who are asking me to step down, God, forgive them.
Y'all just hate Turkish men thriving. I'm just going to say it. Like, you just don't want to see a Turkish man, a red-blooded Turkish man thrive, especially a bald Turkish man.
Are you stupid? So this is a biblical moment. You know, when Jesus was on the cross, he said, God, forgive them, for they know not what they do. All these Negroes who are asking me to step down, God, forgive them.
Incredible. Incredible. He's amazing. He is so amazing. It's like, look how happy he is. Look at how pleased he is with himself. He's like, this is, I popped off. I fucking cooked here big time. Eric Adams headline that gets more insane as you read. Eric Adams' son drops new party music inspired by chasing his rap dreams in Albania. Biggest chapter in my life. Dude, everyone in the fucking Adams family is goated. New York City mayoral debate tomorrow, and a New York politician call for Zoran to be deported. Latest New York City mayoral race news is Zoran Mamdani is attacked for recently becoming a citizen. Oh my God.
New York City Democratic primary for mayor.
And a little more than 24 hours from now, a crowded field of candidates square off on the debate stage right here at 30 Rock. And News 4's Andrew Siff is now reporting from the campaign trail as it heats up with renewed urgency with endorsements to new TV ads as well.
New York City has an affordability crisis, but we will rise.
Former Governor Andrew Cuomo with a new TV ad ahead of the first mayoral debate, pitching his record as a builder.
We built new bridges, train stations, and airports, and got through.
I'm gay. I'm black. I'm bisexual. I'm a sexual predator. I got nipple rings. I'm New York. I'm a woman. If Cuomo wasn't already cooked before, look at this dog shit answer. What is your bagel order or favorite breakfast sandwich? Bacon, cheese, and egg on an English muffin. And then I try to take off the bacon, but I don't really take off the bacon. The bagel I try to stay away from to keep my girlish figure. Ugh. Gross. Death threats, Islamophobic bigotry. Now a sitting council member calling for my deportation. Enough. This is what Trump and his sycophants have wrought. It's an assault to the values of our city and our constitution. Will Cuomo condemn this, or will that upset his MAGA donors? Oh my God, cooking, dude. Will Cuomo condemn this? Nice. Nice. Zoran got Eric Adams to endorse a free bus pilot because Adams was fascinated by Idi Amin, which led to an invite of the Mamdani family to Gracie Mansion. You couldn't make this shit up. Will AOC? Yes, dude. Yes. Yes.
COVID. Even telling the New York Times in an interview, if I had to do it again, I wouldn't have resigned.
We have to beat Cuomo, to be honest.
Cuomo opponents strategizing ways to defeat him. Queens Assemblywoman Jessica Gonzalez Rojas today endorsing Comptroller Brad Lander for mayor.
Brad has built his entire career around bold, principled leadership.
And hours later, also backing Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani for mayor.
I've known Zoran since we both ran in 2020, when we both challenged and beat the Democratic machine.
An increasingly common tactic in this ranked choice election, backing multiple choices while leaving other candidates off a ballot. Meanwhile, Mamdani, who's in second place in most polls, facing fresh attacks.
The socialists are at the gate, and Zoran Mamdani is leading the pack.
Dude, that's awesome. Socialists are at the gate, and it's him just being fucking cool. Like, that's literally him yelling at Tom Homan, the fucking homunculi, okay? Like, that is premium. That's content. That's fucking amazing. Are you joking? All right, wait, hold on. I want to listen to I want to watch the whole thing.
And Zoran Mamdani is leading the pack. If they take over New York City, this is what they said they will do. Defund the police. Consequences for genocidal Zionist imperialism.
Oh, God, I wish. Consequences for genocidal apartheid imperialism. Wait, what?
Consequences for genocidal Zionist imperialism.
Consequences for genocidal Zionist imperialism. Oh, my God, I'm nutting. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck, dude. Once again, it's always Republicans and conservatives that present Democratic Party politicians, socialist or not socialist alike, as like the coolest. Okay? I like that this is also seen as like a negative somehow, like consequences for genocidal Zionism. Wow, I can't believe that would be how scary. How scary of you to say that. I would hate that.
Abolish capitalism. You can stop Zoran and his socialist comrades from running New York City into the ground. Vote Whitney Tilson for mayor on June 24th to keep.
Oh my God, this motherfucker has no motion.
These radical policies no motion whatsoever. Paid for by Whitney for mayor. The socialists are at the gate, and Zoran Mamdani is leading the pack. If they take over New York City, this is what they said they will do. Defund the police. Consequences.
I fucking love that. I fucking love that.
Mamdani is leading the pack. Challenger Whitney Tilson with a new ad painting Mamdani as too far left. And Republican City Council member Vicky Palladino posting on social media that he hasn't even been a U.S. citizen for 10 years, ending her message with one word: deport.
One of the funniest things that people can ever say about like a New Yorker is questioning the authenticity of a New Yorker who came in here, who came to New York as a fucking like child of immigrant parents and basically grew up in the city his whole life. Okay, the notion that Zoran Mamdani does not represent like the average New Yorker and somehow this attitude represents the average New Yorker is so funny. Take that shit back to Staten Island, bitch. Okay, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work in New York. It's crazy. What are you talking about?
You know, one of the happiest days of my life was when I got my citizenship, when I sat with so many other immigrants and was sworn in. And to have that called into question, to ask for me to be deported, it was a glimpse for me into the lives that so many New Yorkers are living right now.
That is sickening, Donald Trump-aligned, dangerous politics.
Even I'm sorry, like, Brad is such a fucking dweeb, dude. No disrespect. He seems like a nice guy. Yes, he's a liberal Zionist. And yes, that is an unacceptable position. And having said that, under different circumstances, like, Brad Lander is the type of person that I would probably say is the best possible option if Zoran wasn't in the race. It's like, first of all, he reminds me too much of Bill de Blasio, and is not even as radical as Bill de Blasio was, ironically enough. But he is dork maxing. Okay, I'm sorry. He is dork maxing to the extreme.
Cuomo criticizing the attack against his leading rival, the Republican.
He also literally looks like Bill de Blasio a little bit too. He looks and sounds like Bill de Blasio.
An answer to everything, including the common cold, is deportation, and it has to stop. 9 Democrats scheduled to take the stage at the debate tomorrow night. For most of them, it's the first time they will have shared any space with Cuomo since he jumped into the race 3 months ago.
It's great because I think everyone is going to try to rat fuck Cuomo, which is good for Zoran. Because the more aggressively you take down the top dog, Andrew Cuomo, the better you look. If they were to attack Zoran, on the other hand, it would look kind of silly because you'd only be helping Andrew Cuomo. Considering this is ranked choice voting. Considering that this is ranked choice voting, and given that Zoran is in the second slot, all of those people have an opportunity not to fucking shit on Zoran with hopes that they will be ranked twice between from Zoran's base. Why is Bernie not endorsed as he's literally going around urging people to run? That one I don't understand, and is like, I can tell you with a certainty that I believe AOC is going to endorse Zoran. With Bernie, I have no idea. I think that, yeah, Bernie is a bitch for that, for sure. I mean, he just, oh God, you know what? No, guys, Bernie Sanders is literally fucking endorsed people who say the apartheid entity must be dismantled, okay? Shut the fuck up. If you think it's because he's a liberal Zionist or whatever, you're delusional. He doesn't give a fuck about that shit when it comes to endorsing candidates that are progressive or socialist, okay? It's so funny. Like, yes, at the same time, Bernie Sanders will literally say, like, oh, this is Netanyahu's war. Oh, Israel has a right to defend itself. And then he'll turn around and fucking endorse, like, a dude who's, like, 3 steps removed from Hezbollah or some shit. And I don't mean that as a negative, okay? A negative association. I'm just saying that, like, he does stuff like that, and his mind is an enigma. But I don't know why he hasn't endorsed. I don't know why he hasn't endorsed Zoran. I suspect because he's waiting for AOC. The Michigan Senate dude literally endorsed already by Bernie Abdullah Said. Yeah, exactly.
Endorsements and ads picking up in intensity as the campaign enters its final phase. The primary is 3 weeks from tonight. In the Village, Andrew Siff, News 4 New York.
And News 4 New York.
No, there is nothing. There is nothing. This has nothing to do with October 7. There's not. That's not the reason why Bernie's not endorsing Zoran. Dude, I'm telling you, Bernie Sanders is a stubborn old man and will most likely never shake from his position of you know, I guess labor Zionism, which has never happened and will never happen. Okay. Having said that, that has never stopped him from endorsing Muslim candidates, endorsing candidates that are literally fucking Palestinian, locking arms with Rashida Tlaib, and actively promoting the likes of Rashida Tlaib, who have said understandably truthful things about Israel that are directly at odds with the vision that Bernie has for Israel. Okay. If you think that Bernie Sanders is like scared of Zoran, you're fucking delusional. What are you talking about? His closest allies in Congress have always been Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and AOC, obviously. But like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, he has endorsed many Muslim candidates in the past. No, it's not because they have no motion. What are you talking about? He has successfully endorsed congresspersons. What do you mean they have no motion? You just said you're talking about the fucking New York City mayoral primaries as having the maximum motion while simultaneously saying that what? American congresspersons, one that sat on the fucking Foreign Relations Committee, as a matter of fact, has no motion? The fuck? Who has motion then? What the fuck's the mayor of New York gonna do? If an American congressperson has no power, then what is the New York mayor going to do? What? It makes sense to assume that the reason why he's not endorsed Zoran yet is because he's waiting for AOC to not like put pressure on AOC. And I do think that AOC is going to endorse AOC is going to endorse Zoran. Dude, remember when you guys were talking about how like people fucking brigade your comments? Here, I'm going to read you one, okay? From my massive Ukrainian drone attack on Russia YouTube video. When Hasan said he liked Hezbollah in front of a gay guy is so funny, lol. We all hope his mental health gets better. I sometimes see these kinds of like idiotic brigade comments, and it's so funny. Like yeah, dude, you have the best wishes of the gay guy on the podcast. Like, what kind of stupid ass fucking concern trolling is this? Yeah, I don't normally read YouTube comments, but sometimes I get notified of them, and it's always very funny. What? Attacking civilians is vile. I condemn it full stop, but all civilians, right? October 8. The Israeli military is about to unleash on innocent civilians in Gaza as it has over and over again. If you really condemn attacks on civilians, don't go silent when they are Palestinian civilians. Yeah. He said that on October 8. Zoran even conceded the liberals' honest messaging, though, by saying Israel has a right to exist law. Okay, calm down. Did you get Kaya fixed? I did. My friend is a Lebanese gay person, and Israel literally burned his home down. Yeah, but Israel was actually doing him a service, because otherwise Hezbollah would have burned his house down, which is very different. Because it's hypothetical and I made it up in my mind, as opposed to the very real violence that Israel subjected your gay Lebanese friend to, which was warranted because he shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been Lebanese and gay, or even there, because that's territory that Israel will inevitably want to conquer. So has your friend thought about not being a gay Lebanese man in territory that Israel would like to settle in? No, exactly. You will never guess what's going on in Florida. Breaking: Raven Harrison, a U.S. House candidate from Florida, claims to have uncovered evidence suggesting that Joe Biden's face is a synthetic mask controlled by a robotic clone. Hell yeah. By the way, I was being sarcastic for the dumb fucks like Cal Coomingham who don't understand me being sarcastic. Okay. That was sarcasm, talking about the gay Lebanese dude whose house got burned down by Israel. Anyway. All right, that's all I got for today. Fucking short ass 7-hour stream. We will watch the debate tomorrow when it happens. Hasan's HRT dealer, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Quiet quitting. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Also, the interview with the doctor from Gaza will be conducted on Thursday and not today. And I'll bring gaming back tomorrow as well. Love you all. Peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.